Chapter 809. One move. Nailin Hong Yu hasn't become an inner disciple of Shenzhen yet, right? Could it be that I'm insulting all of you Shenzhen disciples? Zhuowen said indifferently as he looked at the Shenzhen disciples surrounding him. Nailin Hong Yu raised her chin high as the corners of her mouth curled up. She sneered, "I'll definitely become an inner disciple. Insulting me now is the same as provoking Shenzhen. Don't you think you deserve to die?" Hong Yu is right. It's only a matter of time before she becomes an inner disciple. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to insult her? The black-robed man said coldly. Everyone looked at the young man, surrounded by Shenzhen disciples. They shook their heads and sighed. They never thought that something like this would happen during the opening ceremony. This young man is really unlucky. With his talent, he could definitely become an inner disciple of Shenzhen. Unfortunately, everyone knew that the young man with peerless talent had offended Nailin Hong Yu. Furthermore, Nailin Hong Yu had a close relationship with the black-robed man. His chances of entering Shenzhen were completely ruined, and he might even have to pay the price of death. Do you regret it? There are some people that you can't afford to offend. However, it's useless for you to regret it now. Your talent is indeed not bad. Unfortunately, Shenzhen doesn't lack geniuses like you. Nailin Hong Yu looked down at the young man from above. She assumed the posture of a victor. She wanted to see the young man in front of her reveal regret, anger, and other negative emotions. Unfortunately, the young man who was surrounded was extremely calm. His pair of indifferent eyes were like an unchanging stone statue. There wasn't the slightest hint of emotion in them. Putting on an act, huh? Second uncle, take down this rebellious fellow. Nailin Hong Yu snorted coldly and said to the black-robed man beside her. The black-robed man nodded and waved his hand. Take down this child. If he dares to resist, kill him immediately. Yes, the 20 Shenzhen disciples shouted in unison. They clenched their right hands, and sharp swords appeared in their hands. Then, they rushed toward Zhuowen with great tacit understanding. Looking around indifferently at the incoming glory sect disciples, Zhuowen's face was expressionless. He waved his right hand, and a bone spear appeared in his palm. Thud! With a stomp of his foot, Zhuowen turned into an illusory afterimage, instantly brushing past the encirclement. In the blink of an eye, the 20 Shenzhen disciples who were encircled suddenly stopped in their tracks. They were like statues, motionless in the air, looking extremely strange. Whoosh! 10 meters away from the encirclement, a tall and straight figure slowly landed on the ground. His hand was holding a bone spear at an angle. At the tip of the spear, drops of bright-colored flower-like blood trickled down. Plop! Plop! Instantly, the 20 Shenzhen disciples who had stopped in their tracks fell to the ground. A deep red line appeared on their necks, and they were all dead. A spear to the throat. Hiss! 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 Everyone gasped as they stared at the 20 Shenzhen disciples who had fallen to the ground in disbelief. These 20 Shenzhen disciples had all been killed in one move? The black-robed man and Old Bai also stared blankly at the 20 Shenzhen disciples' corpses. They did not expect that 20 Shenzhen disciples would be killed just like that. These 20 Shenzhen disciples were all elite disciples of the Shenzhen. Their strength was around the level of the ultimate emperor realm, but now they had been instantly killed by an ordinary youth. It was a little unbelievable. The smile on Nailin Hong Yu's pretty face gradually faded. Her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at the 20 Shenzhen disciples who had been instantly killed. She could not help but mutter to herself, 20 ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators were actually killed in an instant? Could it be my imagination? When she realized that it was not her imagination, the shock on Nailin Hong Yu's face became even more intense. Even her delicate body could not help but tremble. How could this youth before her be so powerful? Originally, when this youth had instantly defeated the soldier she had brought with her, she had thought that he was only an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Now, it seemed that she had greatly underestimated this youth's strength. Oomph. Second uncle is still here. When the time comes, this kid will definitely be captured without a fight. Nailin Hong Yu's heart only calmed down slightly when she glanced at the black-robed man beside her. After all, the black-robed man was an elder of the Shenzhen, and his strength had reached the ultimate emperor realm. Nalan Hongyu did not believe that this youth before her could be stronger than the black-robed man. "You dare to kill my Shenzhen disciples." The black-robed man's eyes widened as he roared angrily. He stared fixedly at Zhuowen, as if he wanted to devour him. "You ordered them to kill me, so why can't I kill them?" Zhuowen sneered. He raised his head slightly and stared at the black-robed man with a mocking smile on his face. "Who do you think you are? It's only right for our Shenzhen to kill you, but for you to kill our Shenzhen disciples, you deserve to die 1,000 times over. Today, you killed 20 of our Shenzhen's elite disciples, so you can stay here forever." The black-robed man snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. His black robe fluttered even though there was no wind, and a strong wind whistled around his body. "Elder Nalan is going to attack. I'm afraid this kid is in for it." Elder Nalan's status in Shenzhen is quite high, and his cultivation is above the ultimate emperor realm. He is also one of the strongest in Shenzhen. This youth has killed 20 Shenzhen disciples. This is a disaster. Shenzhen is the holy land of martial arts in this world. This kid is simply courting death by killing Shenzhen's disciples. Many people were shocked when they sensed the sharp, killing intent emitted from the black-robed man's body. Their gazes toward Zhuowen were filled with pity and regret. "Originally, I just wanted to drive you out of Shenzhen. Unfortunately, not only did you not listen, you even insulted our Shenzhen disciples. And now, you're even more ruthless. You killed 20 of our Shenzhen disciples. You deserve to die 1,000 times over. No one can save you today." The black-robed man stood in the air, looking majestic. He looked down at Zhuowen, and his voice was like thunder rolling out. Nalan Hongyu's face flushed red. Her second uncle was finally going to attack. This young man in front of her was definitely going to die. "Ha! Deserve to die 1,000 times over? Then you can try." Zhuowen pointed the tip of the bone spear at the black-robed man and said provocatively. As soon as these words came out, it caused an uproar. No one had expected this kid to dare to provoke the black-robed man at this juncture. Was he not courting death? "Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish." The black-robed man was so angry that he laughed. He put his palms together, and a terrifying origin energy gathered in the void behind him. The origin energy surged out and turned into a huge black blade. Absolute black blade. With a low shout, the black-robed man took a step in the void and swooped down. He rushed toward Zhuowen with a huge black blade. Elder Nalan has used his strongest move, absolute black blade. It seems that he wants to kill this young man in front of him with one move. Looking at the huge black blade that appeared beside the black-robed man, many people's eyes were filled with astonishment. Absolute black blade was the black-robed man's ultimate move. Many people were quite familiar with it. Slightly raising his head, Zhuowen's eyes were still as calm as an ancient well. With a stomp of his foot, Zhuowen suddenly rushed up to the sky. The bone spear in his right hand shook, and a mysterious power of essence burst out. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen and the black-robed man passed by each other as if they were strangers. There was no fierce confrontation, nor was there a hot-blooded collision. They just passed by each other calmly. Crack! Then, everyone's pupils shrank as they found that the black-robed man's absolute black blade had completely shattered into countless black fragments in front of everyone's eyes. Puff! The black-robed man spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body was like a withered butterfly as he flew backward. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. Even the black-robed man did not expect that his absolute black blade would be broken so easily. Moreover, it was not fancy at all. Boom! The black-robed man hit the ground dozens of meters away and spat out another mouthful of blood. His aura was extremely weak. Silence. At this moment, the whole area fell into an eerie silence. Regardless of whether it was the onlookers or Nalan Hongyu and Olbai on a mountain gate, they were all stunned on the spot. Their gazes were all gathered on the miserable figure who had fallen to the ground and spat out blood dozens of meters away. Disbelief filled almost everyone's faces. The black-robed man, who was also the elder of Shenzhen, was an expert whose strength was above the ultimate emperor stage. Now, he was fighting an ordinary youth and had been defeated in a single blow. When everyone realized that what was happening in front of them was not an illusion, the sound of people sucking in cold air could not help but resound one after another. No one was more shocked than Nalan Hongyu. At this moment, Nalan Hongyu was stunned on the spot. Her beautiful eyes stared at the defeated black-robed man as her delicate body trembled. How is this possible? Second uncle is an ultimate emperor stage expert. How could he have been defeated by this kid? This is impossible. It must be an illusion. Yes, it must be an illusion. Old Bai's mouth was slightly agape, but his heart was extremely shocked. The strength of the youth before him had already exceeded his imagination. Even the black-robed man had been defeated in a single blow. Elder Nalan, the person you want to drive away is a true monstrous genius. It's not worth it to offend such a genius. Old Bai shook his head, and a trace of pity appeared in his eyes. The youth before him was too terrifying. If the black-robed man had not interfered and insisted on driving him out of Shenzhen, this kid would have already become an inner disciple of Shenzhen. Unfortunately, fate made fools of people. Now, because of the black-robed man, it was not very likely that this kid would be able to enter Shenzhen. When he thought of this, Old Bai was extremely uncomfortable with the black-robed man's actions. Unfortunately, his status was not as high as the black-robed man's, and he did not have the right to speak as well. There was nothing he could do. Whoosh. Chapter 8:10. The 10 great elders. The black-robed man's pupils shrank to the size of needles as he looked at the young man who was charging at him with a long spear in his hand. His eyes were filled with fear. He could feel the strong killing intent from Zhuowen and knew that he was going to kill him. With a loud shout, the black-robed man took out a black talisman. On the surface of the black talisman, there was a picture of a bell and a cauldron. He crushed the talisman, and countless black lights surrounded the black-robed man, forming a protective shield in the shape of a bell. Boom! The bone spear arrived on time and instantly hit the surface of a shield. Countless sparks flew out along with the sound of metal clashing. This shield is strange. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and looked surprised as he stared at the shield in front of the black-robed man. Thump! 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 The black-robed man retreated dozens of steps under the recoil of the bone spear. He looked at the young man in front of him with fear and said coldly, "This is the Bell Cauldron Talisman, a protective item given to our Shenzhen elder by the Holy Master. Not only did you kill our Shenzhen disciples, but you also forced me to use the Bell Cauldron Talisman. Your actions are disgraceful. Now, let me give you a piece of advice. Surrender immediately and follow us to the main hall of the Glory Sect. At that time, the Holy Master may be lenient with you." Zhuowen sneered and said, "You are like a stray dog now. Do you have the right to ask me to surrender? Moreover, do you really think that I can't kill you with the Bell Cauldron Talisman?" With that, Zhuowen took a step forward and arrived in front of the black-robed man. He swung the bone spear in his hand, and a mysterious power spread out, increasing his strength by several times. Bang! The black-robed man, who was inside the Bell Cauldron Talisman, was caught off guard and was hit by the bone spear. He was sent flying like a ball. Boom! Smashing into the ground, the black-robed man spat out a mouthful of blood. His gaze was extremely gloomy. Although the Bell Cauldron Talisman could neutralize most of the attacks, a portion of the attacks would still pass through the Bell Cauldron Talisman and reach the black-robed man, causing his injuries to worsen. Bang, bang, bang. Before the black-robed man, who had just landed on the ground, could recover from his shock, Zhuowen rushed over once again. The bone spear in his hand unceremoniously lifted him up. Immediately, the black-robed man was like a rubber ball, being hit back and forth in the air. Moreover, every attack caused his injuries to worsen. At this moment, how could the black-robed man not know that this young man's goal was to exhaust him to death within the Bell Cauldron Talisman through repeated attacks? The surrounding crowd looked at the man in the black robe who had no strength to resist. Their eyes were almost numb. At this moment, The high and mighty Elder of Glory sect was being abused by an ordinary young man right in front of their eyes without any strength to resist. Young friend, you can't kill Brother Nalan. Otherwise, Shenzhen will not let you go. Seeing the black-robed man in such a sorry state, Old Bai could not stand it anymore and tried to persuade him. Zhuan's gaze was cold, and he completely ignored Old Bai's words. This black-robed man had tried to kill him many times. How could he, Zhuan, let him go easily? Bang, bang, bang. Zhuan's hands were not slow. They were still tirelessly bombarding the Bell Cauldron Talisman. The black-robed man, who was inside the Bell Cauldron Talisman, looked even more dispirited, and the fear in his eyes became even more intense. In the mountain gate, Old Bai's gaze flickered. He stomped his foot and directly rushed into the mountain gate. He intended to inform Elder Shenzhen of the situation here. Zhuan naturally noticed Old Bai's departure. He did not deliberately stop him. Instead, he slowly swung his bone spear and sent the black-robed man flying again and again, causing the black-robed man to feel even more humiliated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Suddenly, 12 figures appeared in the mountain gate. These figures were led by 2 men with extremely powerful auras. They were dressed in red and green robes, respectively. The red-robed man was about 30 years old. The corners of his mouth were full of stubble. His eyelids were drooping, and he looked slightly dispirited. The green-robed man was a stooped old man. The aura that these 2 men exuded was extremely powerful. The left and right protectors of Shenzhen. The left and right protectors are actually here. Looking at the 2 men leading the group, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. The left and right protectors were powerful existences in Shenzhen, second only to the Holy Master. Their strength was above the 4 Reverends realm, and they had a unique position in Shenzhen. Look, the people behind the left and right protectors are the 10 great elders of Shenzhen. This formation is too terrifying. Soon, many people's eyes noticed the 10 figures behind the left and right protectors. These 10 people were the 10 great elders of Shenzhen. They were the top 10 elders in Shenzhen. Ha! Boy, you're finished. The left and right protectors of Shenzhen, have brought the 10 great elders here. You'll definitely die. If you know what's good for you, you'd better let me go immediately. Perhaps we'll leave your corpse intact in Shenzhen. The black-robed man also noticed the sudden arrival of the left and right protectors. He couldn't help but laugh maniacally. His gaze toward Zhuan was filled with mockery. The left and right protectors were very strong. They were both at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm, and the 10 great elders weren't weak either. They were all at the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm. This kind of formation was enough to crush any ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. They could even crush some of the weaker Xuanzuan realm cultivators. The black-robed man admitted that Zhuan was very strong. However, in his opinion, no matter how strong Zhuan was, he couldn't possibly be a 4 Reverends realm cultivator. Therefore, he knew that Zhuan was dead the moment the left and right protectors arrived. Let you go? Looks like you're overthinking things. Zhuan shook his head. With a flick of his right hand, the bone spear pierced through the black-robed man's bell and cauldron talisman at a tricky angle, like a viper. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing resounded. At the same time, the tip of the bone spear erupted with a demonic blue light. Zhuan no longer held back this time. He pushed his spear intent to the limit, and the bone spear reached an unprecedented level of sharpness. It's useless. You've struck the bell and cauldron talisman so many times, but you still couldn't break it. It won't be the same this time. The black-robed man laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with mockery. That's not necessarily true. Zhuan remained expressionless. He clenched his right hand, and the demonic blue light at the tip of the spear suddenly shot out. It spread in all directions, turning into an endless number of blue spear shadows. The bone spear's power had also reached its peak. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The cracks on the surface of the bell and cauldron talisman gradually spread. In the end, the talisman shattered into countless pieces under the black-robed man's shocked gaze. Spurt! The shadow of the spear flashed past, and a severed arm soared into the sky, dripping with blood. Ah! The black-robed man clutched his empty right arm and screamed hysterically. However, there was more fear on his face. The bell and cauldron talisman that he was so proud of had actually been so easily broken at this juncture. He truly could not believe it. Looking at the spear-wielding youth before him with a cold gaze, the black-robed man finally felt fear. He was afraid, and even regretted. Of all the things he should never have done, why did he provoke such a fiend? Don't kill me. I'm Elder Shengzhen. The left and right protectors are right there. If you kill me, the left and right protectors will definitely not let you off. Clutching his empty right arm, the black-robed man continuously retreated. His entire body trembled, and his voice trembled. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Zhuowen shook his head. The words that he spat out immediately caused the black-robed man to sigh in relief. As long as he did not die, the left and right protectors would definitely be able to save him. At that time, it would not be too late to take revenge. Boom! A pure white palm suddenly slammed into the black-robed man's lower abdomen. A strong wave of yuan power invaded the black-robed man's body and directly shattered the dantian in his abdomen. You actually destroyed my dantian. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the black-robed man's pupils shrank. He stared blankly at the indifferent youth in front of him. His eyes gradually filled with blood, and his chest was filled with anger. With his dantian destroyed, he would be a complete cripple in the future. For him, this was simply a fate worse than death. Slowly withdrawing his palm, Zhuowen said indifferently, I said that I won't kill you, but I will destroy you. This is the price you should pay. Boy, let go of Elder Nalen. A loud shout suddenly sounded. The left and right protectors above the mountain gate had already led the 10 great elders and descended in the air, not far from Zhuowen. Ha! I'll return this piece of trash to you. Zhuowen smiled faintly, raised his foot, and fiercely kicked the black-robed man's chest. Instantly, the latter's waist bent like a shrimp, and he flew out and was caught by the left and right protectors. The left and right protectors' right hands moved and caught the black-robed man. When they discovered that the black-robed man's dantian had been destroyed, their eyes suddenly became extremely gloomy. You actually dared to destroy Elder Nalen's dantian? Don't you know that Elder Nalen is a member of our Shengzhen? Your courage is really big. The right protector, who is slightly older, shouted loudly in shock and anger. Protectors, you have to make a decision for me. This boy is really too hateful. He actually dared to destroy my dantian, and the 20 elite disciples we sent this time were also killed by him. This boy deserves to die. The black-robed man hysterically shouted. The left protector frowned slightly and said lightly, Elder Nalen, don't worry. This boy dared to kill the disciples of our Shengzhen, and even destroyed Elder Shengzhen's dantian. If we don't kill him, how can we serve as a warning to others? As he spoke, the left protector ordered the 10 elders behind him. 10 elders, take action and capture this child. Yes. The 10 great elders nodded and stomped their feet, turning into 10 shadows. Suddenly, they surrounded Zhuowen, and the terrifying momentum of the early stage of the Xuanzuan realm swept out violently. The 10 great elders of Shengzhen. It's too terrifying. This boy is finished. With such a lineup, it's unlikely that he can escape. The surrounding people discussed animatedly, shaking their heads and sighing. Kill. Chapter 811. 10 Direction Soul Killing Formation. The auras of the 10 great elders instantly locked onto Zhuowen like invisible chains, binding Zhuowen to the spot. Bang! Suddenly, the attacks of the 10 great elders bombarded Zhuowen's body. Dazzling rays of light burst out like the sun, stimulating the crowd to squint their eyes. Then, an earth-shattering explosion resounded. The 10 great elders have taken action. This kid can't escape the fate of death in the end. Many people in the surroundings shook their heads and sighed. The 10 great elders were all experts in the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm. When they joined forces, they could erupt with earth-shattering power. No one thought that the young man could survive such a joint attack. Bang! Bang, bang. Suddenly, continuous muffled sounds rang out from the explosion in the sky. Then, 10 figures in a sorry state retreated from the explosion. They barely managed to stabilize their bodies after retreating dozens of steps. Weren't these 10 figures the 10 great elders who had joined forces to deal with Zhuon? At this moment, the pupils of the 10 great elders shrank, and their breathing quickened. There was a trace of blood at the corner of their mouths. They had been injured in the confrontation just now. What's going on? How could the 10 great elders be repelled when they joined forces to attack? Everyone was stunned when they saw the 10 great elders' sorry state. Could it be that the mysterious young man was the one who had caused the 10 great elders to be in such a state? Boom! A beam of golden light shot out from the explosion. Then, a 3-meter-tall figure with 3 heads and 6 arms suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It looked like a god or a devil. Is this the young man from before? How did he become like this? Looking at the 3-headed and 6-armed figure that suddenly appeared in the sky, everyone's eyes flickered and revealed a look of astonishment. The 10 great elders being repelled was also beyond the expectations of the left and right protectors. The black-robed man that the left and right protectors had placed at the foot of the mountain gate was even more stunned. He stared at the godlike figure with a complicated gaze. Only now did he realize that the young man in front of him had not used his full strength at all when they were fighting just now. Now, even the 10 elders were forced back by him. How powerful did he have to be to achieve this? The left and right protectors looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The young man in front of them looked to be around 20 years old, but he actually had the strength to repel the 10 great elders. This kid's strength and talent were a little too terrifying. Form the 10-direction soul slaughter formation and completely suppress this kid, the left protectors said coldly. Now, the left and right protectors' killing intent towards a young man in front of them had weakened a lot. They only want to capture him alive and make him submit to Shenzhen. They knew very well that this young man possessed such strength at such a young age and had a bright future ahead of him. They had to make use of this young man for their Shenzhen. If it didn't work, then they could only kill him. The 10 elders nodded. They immediately stabilized themselves and stood in 10 different positions around Zhuon. Their hands rapidly formed hand seals, and a terrifying power burst out from their bodies. 10-direction soul slaughter formation. There is nowhere to hide. With a low shout, the armor souls in the 10 elders' bodies were released. Under their own power, they formed a terrifying physical body. Moreover, the armor souls of the 10 elders were surprisingly the same. They were all huge and mighty stone statues. The 10 stone statues were arranged in 10 different directions. A mysterious and terrifying power soared into the sky from the 10 stone statues. It actually turned the surrounding area of several dozen miles into a boundary. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless blood-red threads burst out from 10 different directions and rushed towards Zhuon, who was in the center. These threads were too fast. Before Zhuon could react, these terrifying blood-red threads had completely bound his limbs. They're actually absorbing the origin energy in my body. The moment the blood-red threads bound him, Zhuon immediately felt a suction force coming from the blood-red threads and absorbing the origin energy in his body bit by bit. It's Shenzhen's 10-direction soul slaughter formation. The 10 elders have even used such a formation. It seems that this young man is indeed terrifying. However, it will end here. Looking at the boundary, suspended in midair, many people recognize that it was Shenzhen's famous 10-direction soul slaughter formation. This formation's power was unparalleled. Although the mysterious young man was very strong, no one was optimistic about him. Swoosh! The left and right guardians instantly arrived above the 10-direction soul slaughter formation and looked down at Zhuon in the town. The left guardian said indifferently, "Why are you deliberately causing trouble in front of our Shenzhen's mountain gate? With your talent, joining our Shenzhen would be the icing on the cake." Slightly raising his head, Zhuon sneered and said, "You're asking me why I'm deliberately causing trouble? I can clearly tell you that I'm here to join your Shenzhen. Unfortunately, some people insist on driving me out. Hmm. You're here to participate in Shenzhen's mountain opening ceremony? What's the result of your test? And who dares to drive you out? The right guardian frowned slightly. After listening to Zhuan's words, it seemed that there was indeed something fishy. It would be best if such a young man with such strength and talent could join their Shenzhen. Who would be stupid enough to drive such a genius out? Two guardians. This little brother's test result is that he has lit up 10 pearls. His talent is absolutely first class. Moreover, you've seen his strength. It's already comparable to the Xuanzuan realm. Suddenly, from the crowd below, a middle-aged man with a cold expression came out. He glanced at Zhuan, who was in the 10-direction soul-killing array, and pleaded for him, which was rare. After Zhua, when displayed such great strength, quite a few people felt some admiration for him. Moreover, they were extremely displeased with the black-robed man abusing his power for personal gain and trying to drive away a genius like Zhuan. If the black-robed man hadn't been crippled, they might not have dared to say anything. However, the black-robed man had been completely crippled by Zhuan. In the future, he would be a complete waste. Naturally, they had no scruples. Oh, you actually lit up 10 pearls? With such a result, you should be an inner disciple of our Shenzhen. How did things develop to this point? The left guardian's eyes flashed as he continued to ask. It's all because of that elder Nalan. Not only did he directly promote his niece, Nalan Hongyu, to an inner disciple, but because of the conflict between this little brother and Nalan Hongyu, he actually planned to drive this little brother out of Shenzhen. That's why things have developed to this point. The crowd below the mountain gate scrambled to speak up for Zhuan. Moreover, they all pointed the spearhead at the black-robed man. Oh, is there such a thing? The left guardian's eyes became even gloomier. He turned his head and coldly stared at the pale-faced black-robed man behind him. In his heart, he cursed the black-robed man for being brainless and stupid. He actually dared to drive away such a genius. Nalan Xiong, is what they said true? The left and right guardians turned around at the same time and stared indifferently at the black-robed man. Two guardians, they're definitely talking nonsense. It's clearly this boy who took the initiative to cause trouble in front of the mountain gate. My second uncle only wanted to go forward and stop him, but he never thought that this boy would launch a sneak attack and heavily injure my second uncle. This boy is despicable and shameless. We can't let him go. A sharp voice rang out. Nalan Hongyu had appeared in front of the black-robed man at some unknown time. She pointed at the 10-direction soul-kill formation and accused him. Zhuan's lips curled into a cold smile when he saw Nalan Hongyu acting like a shrew. This Nalan Hongyu really was big-breasted but brainless. She actually dared to make such baseless claims at a time like this. Wasn't she just courting death? As expected, the left and right guardians' eyes gradually turned cold when they heard this. The left guardian said coldly, "You're saying that this little brother launched a sneak attack on your second uncle, and that's why he's in such a sorry state? But this little brother doesn't even fear the combined might of the 10 great elders. Does your second uncle, a mere ultimate emperor realm cultivator, need him to launch a sneak attack on him?" Nalan Hongyu's face froze. The left guardian's words immediately left her speechless and her face pale. That's right. Zhuan didn't even fear the combined might of the 10 great elders. His strength had long surpassed the ultimate emperor realm. Did he really need to launch a sneak attack on her second uncle? You're really full of nonsense. I've heard that Elder Nalan wants to promote you to an inner disciple. You're almost 25 years old, but you're only a mere ultimate emperor realm cultivator. What right do you have to become an inner disciple of Shenzhen? The left guardian's voice grew colder and colder. Nalan Hongyu couldn't help but back away. Her pretty face was drained of blood. She knew that it was all over. Oof, you've really lost face for our Shenzhen. Nalan Xiong, you've abused your power for personal gain and even chased away a genius disciple. You've already committed a great taboo of the Shenzhen. From now on, you're no longer an elder of the Shenzhen. Take your niece and get out of Shenzhen immediately. The left guardian flicked her sleeve as she spoke coldly. Then, the black-robed man in front of the mountain gate revealed a dispirited expression, and a miserable smile appeared on his face. He knew that everything was over for him. Not only had his Dantian been destroyed, he'd also been chased out of Shenzhen in front of everyone. His life had been ruined. Second uncle, Nalan Hongyu looked at the black-robed man in panic. She didn't know what to say. Don't call me second uncle. Nalan Hongyu, because of you, I've become a cripple. Now, I've been chased out of Shenzhen. You're really something. The black-robed man laughed loudly. He took out a dagger from his robes and slit his throat. Blood splattered everywhere. The black-robed man's current situation was worse than death. He'd rather die. Nalan Hongyu knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. She finally regretted her actions. She shouldn't have provoked Zhuowen. If she hadn't done so, none of this would have happened. Unfortunately, it was all too late now. What was the use of regretting? Looking at the black-robed man who'd committed suicide, many people below the mountain gate shook their heads and sighed. Because of Nalan Hongyu's selfishness, the black-robed man's life had been completely ruined. This really made people sigh with regret. The left and right guardians' faces were grave and stern. Then, they looked at Zhuowen, who was inside the 10-direction killing formation, and said indifferently, Nalan Xiong has already committed suicide. Now it's your turn. Although you're only defending yourself, you've still killed many people from Shenzhen. This debt won't be forgotten so easily. Chapter 8:12. Breaking into Shenzhen. You want me to surrender and leave my life in the hands of your Shenzhen? Do you think that's possible? Zhuowen sneered as he stood within the Shifeng soul-killing formation. You can't even protect yourself now, and you still dare to disobey? The left protector said coldly. Zhuowen shook his head and said indifferently, I will go up to the Shenzhen main hall, but I won't be dragged up there by you. I will be the one to break into it. As he spoke, Zhuowen let out a loud shout, and an even more blazing golden light burst forth. His entire form changed from 3 heads and 6 arms to 4 heads and 8 arms. Rumble. An extremely terrifying power burst out from Zhuowen's body. Then, the countless blood-red threads that the Shifeng soul-killing formation wrapped around Zhuowen's body were all torn apart. Let's break it. Zhuowen roared at the sky. His 8 arms hammered into the air, and a terrifying power spread out in all directions with him as the center. Cracks began to appear in the space. Crack! A crisp sound resounded. The boundary formed by the Shifeng soul-killing formation collapsed completely at this moment. The 10 stone statues were also unable to withstand such a terrifying power and were completely shattered into pieces. Puffed. The 10 elders sitting on the stone statues spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying in all directions. They looked extremely dispirited. Their eyes were filled with intense disbelief and fear. The decapitation soul-killing formation had actually been broken just like that. This young man is too terrifying. Has he been hiding his strength from the beginning? Did he only use his full strength now? The left and right protectors were both shocked and furious. They had not expected this young man to be so daring as to break into Shenzhen. What shocked them even more was that the 10-directional souls killing formation was actually broken by him. The strength of this child somewhat exceeded their expectations. A red and a blue chi burst out from the bodies of the 2 protectors and turned into a red and blue disk in the void. A terrifying aura that could shake the heavens and earth was emitted from the red and blue disk, faintly causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Heaven and earth disk, only I am supreme. The left and right protectors shouted. The huge red and blue disk rumbled towards Zhuowen with a frightening might and noise. Wherever it passed, space collapsed. It was an extremely frightening sight. This spear has a soul. It's called Spear Intent. Zhuowen gave a loud shout as his 8 arms simultaneously unleashed the great perfection Spear Intent. Suddenly, countless blue crystals condensed and formed a huge and mighty blue spear in front of him. Whoosh! Like an arrow leaving the bowstring, the blue spear suddenly shot out, tearing through the void, and instantly slammed into the red and blue disk in the void. Rumble! A terrifying explosion suddenly resounded at this moment. The huge blue spear and the rotating red and blue disc instantly collided in the void, and then both of them stagnated. Break it for me. 8 arms holding 8 spears. Zhuowen stepped on the void and turned into a ray of light arrow. In an instant, he reached the handle of the blue spear in the sky. Then, his 8 arms smashed down heavily again. The power that erupted from this smash was earth-shattering, almost causing the surrounding void to shake violently. Then, traces of cracks appeared on the surface of the red and blue disc that was in a deadlock in the air. Crack! In the end, the red and blue round plates were completely shattered into countless pieces in front of everyone's eyes. The blue long spear was like a hot knife through butter as it directly rushed out. In an instant, it rushed towards the left and right protectors, who were still stunned. Left protector, let's join forces to block this blue spear. The right protector was the first to react. He hurriedly shouted and swung his right hand, causing a red force to surge out. The left protector's movement was not slow either, and a blue force also swept out from his body. The blue and red forces intertwined and turned into a Tai Chi 8 trigrams pattern, revolving in front of the two of them, wanting to completely block the blue spear. Boom! The blue spear's power was indeed terrifying. When it pressed against the Tai Chi 8 trigrams pattern, it actually caused the pattern to shake continuously, causing the left and right protectors to feel uneasy. Bang! In the end, due to the lack of energy, the blue spear completely disappeared under the Tai Chi 8 trigrams pattern. As the left and right protectors heaved a sigh of relief, a piercing sound suddenly swept out. They did not know when Zhuowen had actually appeared above them. His 8 arms were wrapped in a monstrous aura, and he suddenly smashed down, causing the two of them to be frightened and their hearts to beat rapidly. Rumble. This time, Zhuowen had truly used all of his strength. Together with the peak of spear intent, he had unleashed the power of this attack to the extreme. Without exception, the Tai Chi 8 trigrams pattern in front of the left and right protectors was directly shattered. Then, a cold bone spear's shaft heavily smashed into the left and right protector's chests. Puff! Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the left and right protectors spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out, smashing into the mountain gate. At this moment, the entire mountain gate became silent. No one made any sound. They only held their breaths and silently watched this scene. After a long period of silence, uproar, noise, and discussion swept out continuously from the foot of the mountain in the sea of people. The left and right protectors in addition to the 10 great elders. With such a powerful lineup, the crowd originally thought that they would be able to take down the young man in front of them. However, the result that appeared before them now greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. The Shifang soul-killing array formed by the 10 great elders had been broken. The left and right protectors had joined forces, but were also defeated. Now they were in a sorry state like stray dogs. Too powerful. The strength displayed by this young man in front of them was too powerful. At the foot of the mountain, many young juniors stared at Zhuowen's figure. Their eyes were full of admiration. Zhuowen's age was not much different from theirs. However, he was able to defeat the 10 great elders and the 2 great protectors of Shenzhen. This kind of achievement was simply the dream of these young boys and girls. Now that Zhuowen had achieved it, these juniors could not help but put themselves in Zhuowen's shoes. Instead, their faces were more excited and happy than Zhuowen himself. Zhuowen no longer paid attention to the left and right protectors. He stepped forward and entered the mountain gate. He only had one purpose for this trip. That was to find the Enlightenment Cliff of Shenzhen and stay there for 3 years. From there, he could comprehend the general trend of heaven and earth to deal with the invasion of the demonic creatures 3 years later. Left and right protectors. This kid has trespassed into Shenzhen. What should we do? The 10 great elders gathered in front of the left and right protectors at the mountain gate. Their expressions were not very good. To think that their Shenzhen was so famous. Today, a kid who smelled like milk had barged in. This was a ruthless slap in the face. Oomph. Let's go and inform the Lord Holy Leader. This kid is too arrogant. He actually dares to trespass into Shenzhen. He absolutely cannot be forgiven. The left and right protectors' expressions were gloomy. They coldly snorted and rushed into the mountain gate. Clearly, they were planning to inform the Lord of Shenzhen. Lord Holy Leader? The 10 great elders looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock. The Lord of Shenzhen's whereabouts had always been mysterious. He was elusive and elusive. He was extremely mysterious. Perhaps only the left and right protectors, whose positions were second only to the Lord Holy Leader, knew his whereabouts. Now that the left and right protectors had spoken, it was likely that the Lord Holy Leader was really going to come out of the mountain. With that, the 10 great elders turned into phantoms and disappeared from the mountain gate. Very quickly, they were submerged in the misty clouds. At this moment, the people at the foot of the mountain were the most shocked. They were all stunned on the spot. With such a thing happening in Shenzhen today, the mountain opening ceremony was no longer meaningful. This was especially true for the juniors who had passed the test. At this moment, all of them had long faces. Because of Zhuowen, they had been completely ignored. Shenzhen had no time to care about them. It was also impossible for him to arrange for someone to bring them into Shenzhen. Who was that young man? What is his purpose in trespassing into Shenzhen? All of these doubts lingered in everyone's hearts. They were itching to find out more, but no one dared to take a step into Shenzhen's mountain gate. A long time ago, Shenzhen had stipulated that those who were not from Shenzhen were not allowed to enter Shenzhen. Once they did, they would be killed without mercy. The moment he stepped into the mountain gate, Zhuowen was presented with a white staircase that led upwards. Above the staircase, there was a white fog that blocked his vision. It looked mysterious and beautiful. Shenzhen should be at the end of this staircase. Zhuowen murmured in a low voice. With a flick of his right hand, a white uniform suddenly appeared in his hand. This white uniform was secretly put away by Zhuowen when he killed the Shenzhen's disciples. Although Zhuowen intended to break into Shenzhen, there was no need to be so ostentatious. This was because he knew that there were many powerful restrictions in Shenzhen. Moreover, there were many experts in Shenzhen. Although he could defeat the left and right guardians single-handedly, there were probably many warriors in the Xuanzuan realm in this huge Shenzhen. If they all attacked together, Zhuowen would have a hard time. In addition, Shenzhen also had the mysterious Saint Lord. He was very clear that the Saint Lord's cultivation was definitely higher than the left and right guardians. He might even be much stronger than the left and right guardians, so he had to be careful. After putting on the Shenzhen's disciple uniform, Zhuowen took a step and disappeared from the white staircase. Not long after Zhuowen left, the left and right guardians and the 10 elders rushed over. When they found that Zhuowen's figure was not on the staircase, their faces became extremely gloomy. This guy ran away pretty fast. The left guardian snorted coldly. The right guardian's eyes flashed and said, "Left guardian, let's join forces and go to the Saint Lord's mountain to ask for the Saint Lord's help." Yes, this kid's strength is indeed terrifying. If I'm not wrong, this kid's cultivation is at least at the early stage of the Supreme Being realm. Only the Saint Lord can suppress this kid. The left guardian nodded as he recalled Zhuowen's terrifying figure. Even now, he still felt a trace of lingering fear. This kid was too terrifying. Sigh. It's said that this kid originally participated in the test to join Shenzhen. Now that such a thing has happened, it's all Nailan Xiong's fault. He's really as stupid as a pig. One of the 10 elders said with some disappointment. The left guardian shook his head and said, "Since it has already happened, there's no need to mention it. What we have to face now is how to capture that young man as soon as possible." The left guardian is right. Let's go to the Saint Lord's mountain first. Chapter 8:13. Yao Shuling, the clouds gradually dissipated, revealing a rather tall mountain peak in front of Zhuowen. However, the mountainside was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been cut in half by a sharp arrow. Zhuowen raised his head and looked at the mountain peak. There were countless pavilions, terraces, and pavilions, and there was a huge platform at the top of the mountain. On the platform, many youths dressed in Shenzhen disciple uniforms were practicing martial arts. It seems that this mountain peak is where the Shenzhen disciples gather. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. He blended into the crowd of disciples at the foot of the mountain and walked up the mountain path. Soon, he reached the platform at the top of the mountain. At this moment, hundreds of Shenzhen disciples were gathered on the platform. There were both male and female disciples, and most of them were holding swords. They were gesticulating back and forth, practicing sword techniques. There were also some who were practicing martial arts, and some who were sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that the disciples on the platform were all above the ultimate emperor realm. The strongest among them was around the ultimate emperor realm. They could be considered the elite disciples of Shenzhen. He also discovered that the disciples who were practicing martial arts on the platform had a faint trace of arrogance on their faces. The disciples standing around the platform all had looks of envy on their faces. At the same time, he also discovered that the disciples who were practicing martial arts on the platform were wearing different uniforms from the disciples around them. The former's white uniforms were inlaid with golden borders, while the latter's were inlaid with gray borders. I wonder when we'll be promoted from the outer sect to the inner sect. When the time comes, we'll also be able to practice martial arts on this platform. At the same time, we'll also be able to obtain the true teachings of Shenzhen. Our cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. It's not that easy to be promoted to the inner sect. It's said that to be promoted from the outer sect to the inner sect, one's cultivation must reach the ultimate emperor realm before the age of 25. Anyway, I'm almost 25. It's unlikely that I'll be able to meet this requirement. Sigh. This requirement is so harsh. I'm afraid I won't have any hope of being promoted. However, it's still an honor to be an outer sect disciple. At the very least, we'll be considered disciples of Shenzhen. It'll be an identity for us to go out and train in the future. The surrounding disciples discussed animatedly. They looked at the inner sect disciples on the platform with eyes full of envy. At the same time, they sighed. They didn't have much hope of being promoted. In response to the sighs of the surrounding outer sect disciples, Zhuowen shook his head inwardly. These outer sect disciples' martial wills were too weak and didn't have any desire to improve. If they continued to hold such negative thoughts, they would never be able to become an inner court disciple, let alone achieve anything in this lifetime. Of course, the purpose of Zhuo Wen's trip was the Enlightenment Cliff of Glory sect. Naturally, he would not say anything to these outer sect disciples. He pulled over an outer sect disciple who was passing by. The outer sect disciple was enraged because he was suddenly held back. Just as he was about to explode, he suddenly saw Zhuo Wen's inner sect disciple uniform. His face stiffened, and he hurriedly said respectfully, "Senior brother, do you have any advice for me?" The 20 Shenzhen disciples brought by the black-robed man and elder by were all inner sect disciples. Therefore, Zhuowen was wearing the uniform of an inner sect disciple. "Do you know where the Shenzhen Enlightenment Cliff is?" Zhuowen asked in a low voice. The outer sect disciple was surprised. He shook his head and said, "Senior brother, the Enlightenment Cliff is the most important thing in Shenzhen. It's not something an outer sect disciple like me can know. In Shenzhen, only the core disciples and the elders of Shenzhen can enter the Enlightenment Cliff. Even the inner sect disciples aren't qualified." Hearing this, Zhuowen raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect the Shenzhen Enlightenment Cliff to be so strict that even the inner sect disciples weren't qualified to enter. "Junior brother, can you tell me where I can find a core disciple?" Zhuowen asked with a twinkle in his eyes. Hearing this, the outer sect disciple was embarrassed. He said, "Senior brother, you don't know. The core disciples are the core geniuses of Shenzhen. There are only 10 of them in the whole of Shenzhen. It's impossible for us to know where they are." "Oh, is there no one who knows?" Zhuowen asked with a frown. "There is, but this person is not easy to provoke. I advise senior brother to give up on this idea." The outer sect disciple shook his head. "Junior brother, please tell me. This is a little token of my appreciation. I hope you don't mind." Zhuowen calmly took out a medium-level spirit stone from his spiritual ring and handed it to the outer sect disciple. There were many similarities between this world and the outside world. The currency was also spirit stones. For the outer sect disciples, medium-level spirit stones were quite precious. Looking at the medium-level spirit stone handed over by Zhuowen, the outer sect disciple's eyes widened. He quickly took it and put it in his arms. He looked around carefully. After he found that no one had seen him, he let out a sigh of relief and became extremely enthusiastic toward Zhuowen. Senior brother, do you see the woman in the middle of the martial arts practice field? The outer sect disciple pointed at the center of the martial arts practice field and whispered. Following the outer sect disciple's finger, Zhuowen naturally saw a slender and elegant figure in the middle of the martial arts practice field. She held a silver sword in her hand and was constantly brandishing it. The cold light of the sword constantly flashed. This young woman had an extremely delicate appearance, especially when coupled with her enchanting figure as she danced with the sword. She attracted countless burning gazes from the surroundings. However, this woman's expression was extremely cold. There was also a trace of arrogance in her coldness, like a proud peacock dancing gracefully. This woman is called Yao Shuling. She is extremely talented. She is only 18 years old, but she is already an expert at the initial stage of the six-wheel emperor realm. She is ranked third among the inner sect disciples. The two people in front of her are both over 20 years old. In terms of talent, Yao Shuling can be called the number one in the inner sect. As the outer sect disciple spoke, his gaze was fixed on Yao Shuling. His eyes were filled with intense passion. Yao Shuling was extremely popular in Shenzhen. Many young disciples had pursued her. Unfortunately, she had extremely high standards and rejected many of them. Even the first and second inner sect disciples, Tai Ta and Yu Shi, were rejected by her. Senior brother, you are an inner sect disciple. You should know more about Yao Shuling than I do. However, there is one thing you definitely don't know. This woman has an elder brother called Yao Yan. Yao Yan is one of the top 10 core disciples. However, there are too few disciples who know about this. I only heard about it from an elder by accident. If you want to find out where the core disciples are, you can definitely find Yao Shuling. At this point, the outer sect disciple was slightly worried and said, Senior brother, you have to be careful. Although Yao Shuling looks delicate and weak, she is extremely decisive and ruthless when she fights. Senior brother, it's best if you don't provoke this woman too much. Zhuo nodded and replied casually. However, his eyes were filled with intense light. It seemed that there was hope for him to find the Enlightenment rock wall. Thinking of this, Zhuowen lifted his foot and walked towards Yao Shuling in the middle of the martial arts practice field. Zhuowen's action immediately attracted the attention of many people. Basically, no one was within 10 meters of Yao Shuling in the middle of the martial arts practice field. However, Zhuowen's action was too obvious. It was obvious that he was walking towards Yao Shuling in the middle. Who is this guy? He actually dares to swagger towards junior sister Yao. How come I've never seen this guy before? This guy looks very unfamiliar. Quite a number of people narrowed their eyes and stared at Zhuowen, who was walking towards Yao Shuling in an unfriendly manner. Some of the disciples, who were originally practicing martial arts, also stopped their actions as their gazes gathered on Zhuowen's body. When he was 5 meters away from Yao Shuling, Zhuowen slowly stopped and calmly stared at the beautiful girl in front of him. Yao Shuling also noticed the approaching Zhuowen. She stopped her sword dance and turned around. Looking at the ordinary-looking young man in front of her, she frowned and said, If you want to express your love or confess, you can leave now. Insignificant inner sect disciples are not worthy of my attention. Zhuowen was startled. Before he could open his mouth, this Yao Shuling actually said such a sentence. This made Zhuowen feel quite surprised. It seemed that this Yao Shuling was indeed a hot potato in Shenzhen. She was usually very popular, but she was actually so familiar with this kind of situation. For a moment, Zhuowen was amused and deliberately said, So the inner sect disciples are not worthy of Miss Yao's attention. Does that mean that in Miss Yao's heart, only the core disciples are worthy of you? Yao Shuling indifferently glanced at Zhuowen and coldly said, That's natural. The inner sect disciples are just a bunch of good-for-nothings. With my aptitude, It's only a matter of time before I become a core disciple. The gap between me and the inner sect disciples will only grow bigger and bigger. How can they be worthy of me? You should leave on your own. Zhuowen shook his head and lightly smiled. I agree with your words. I also think that the inner sect disciples are a bunch of useless trash. However, I'm not here to express my love for Miss Yao. I'm here to find your brother, Yao Yin. Yao Shuling looked at Zhuowen with some surprise. She did not expect that the young man in front of her was actually looking for her brother and not her. For a moment, she revealed a trace of astonishment. You know a lot, but my brother is a core disciple. What qualifications do you have to see him? Yao Shuling said with a heavy face. Zhuowen shook his head and smiled. I just want to challenge Yao Yin. Since Miss Yao said so, does that mean that Yao Yin is afraid of a fight and deliberately used this kind of excuse to avoid a fight? This Yao Shuling in front of him was a little young. Zhuowen knew that if he spoke in a calm tone, there was an 80% chance that he would succeed. He could only use the method of provocation. Sure enough, as soon as Zhuowen spoke these words, Yao Shuling clenched her fists and said coldly, You're really shameless. You're even challenging my brother? You're really overestimating your ability. It looks to me like you might not even be a match for me. Then Miss Yao's words mean that if I defeat you, then you will take me to see Yao Yin? Zhuowen said with a smile that was not a smile. Yao Shuling gnashed her teeth in anger when she saw Zhuowen's appearance as if his scheme had succeeded. Even though she faintly felt that something wasn't right in her heart, she still couldn't restrain her anger, and she said coldly, Exactly. If you're able to defeat me, then I'll bring you to see Big Brother. Zhuowen and Yao Shuling's face-to-face conversation for such a long time also caused many of the surrounding disciples to be astonished. In the past, the disciples who expressed their love were basically rejected by Yao Shuling and left dejectedly. Chapter 8:14. Core Disciple. Who is this kid? How dare he approach Shueling? On the empty ground on the left side of the martial arts practice ground, a huge man who looked like a metal tower was waving an enormous meteor hammer. At this moment, he had also noticed Zhuowen, who was conversing with Yao Shuling. There was not a single person within 10 meters of the giant man. There were quite a number of inner sect disciples who were staring at the giant man with fear. From the surrounding discussions, it was not difficult to tell that this person was the number 1 iron tower in the inner sect. On the right side of the training field, there was a similar empty space. A cold man with a pair of triangular eyes stared at Zhuowen, who was in the center. His eyes were filled with coldness. This man was the second in command of the inner court, Yu Shi. Both Tai Ta and Yu Shi were once Yao Shuling's suitors. However, the latter's standards were too high. She looked down on both of them. Although Yao Shuling's rejection made both of them angry, they knew about Yao Shuling's background. Her brother was a core disciple, Yao Yin. They could not afford to offend him. Therefore, they could only suppress their anger in their hearts. Fortunately, Yao Shuling kept the other inner court disciples at arm's length. Therefore, although the two of them failed to express their love, they were not too discouraged. After all, everyone's outcome was the same. However, a young man they had never seen before was now so close to Yao Shuling. Moreover, they were talking about a lot of things. This was something that they would not normally see. Therefore, Tai Ta and Yu Shi did not look too good. Both of them were the first and second in the inner court disciples. Even they could not talk much in front of Yao Shuling. However, this unknown young man in front of them was talking to her for so long. Therefore, their gazes gradually turned cold. There was a trace of jealousy in their hearts. What right does this brat who stinks of milk have to get close to Shueling? Swimming Snake licked his lips and stamped his feet. His whole body was like a viper hunting its prey. He suddenly rushed toward Zhuowen at an extreme speed, turning into an afterimage. Originally, Taita wanted to make a move. However, when he saw that Yu Shi had made the first move, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked like he was waiting to watch a good show. Yu Shi's strength was at the early stage of the ultimate six-wheel emperor realm. Although he was much weaker than Taita, he was still an ordinary inner sect disciple. Taita also wanted to see how the unfamiliar young man who was close to Yao Shuling would end up under the attack of the swimming snake. At this moment, while Zhuowen was discussing the matter of the competition with Yao Shuling, a sound that tore through the air suddenly flashed over. Then, Zhuowen acutely noticed that the corners of Yao Shuling's mouth revealed a wisp of a mocking smile. Looks like I don't need to do anything. Someone has already done it for me. Let me warn you in advance. It's best if you know your limits. After saying this, Yao Shuling quietly took a few steps back. The terrifying sound of something tearing through the air instantly swept through the martial arts arena. It attracted the attention of many Shenzhen disciples. When they saw the figure that resembled a viper, their gazes immediately stiffened. However, when they saw the figure that roaming serpent had flashed out, their eyes were instantly filled with ridicule, because the direction that roaming serpent had flashed out was exactly where Yao Shuling was at the center of the training grounds. They all knew that Yushi's target was probably the young man who was recklessly walking toward Yao Shuling. Therefore, many people's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Yushi actually made a move. That young man is going to suffer. Zhuowen still stood silently amidst the crowd's discussion. He'd already noticed the moment she had made a move, but he didn't care. Or perhaps it could be said that he didn't care at all. So Miss Yao means that if I defeat the person behind me, you'll take me to see Yao Yin? Zhuowen asked indifferently. Yao Shuling hadn't expected that the young man before her would be so calm and composed under such circumstances. A trace of doubt arose in her heart. Defeat Yushi first. Yao Shuling shook her head and said ambiguously. Swoosh. At the same time, Yushi's figure instantly appeared behind Zhuowen. His right hand took the shape of a snake and swept towards Zhuowen's neck. This attack was very powerful, and it was enough to cripple an ordinary Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. Unfortunately, just as Yushi's palm was about to reach Zhuowen's neck, a hand gently flashed out and suddenly pinched Yushi's palm. Crack! Yushi's face stiffened. The moment his palm was pinched, he felt as if he'd been bound by a sturdy iron hoop. He couldn't move at all. Then a huge force came, and the bones in his right hand were directly torn apart. Let go of me. Yushi screamed miserably. His wrist had been broken by Zhuowen. The pain of having his bones broken was extremely intense. He cried out in pain and suddenly struck out with his free left hand in an attempt to force Zhuowen to let go. However, Zhuowen shook his head and moved his shoulder. Yushi's body instantly became unstable, and he was thrown to the ground by Zhuowen. Boom! Yushi crashed heavily to the ground and almost fainted. Then a foot fiercely stomped on his chest. Zhuowen hadn't even glanced at Yushi from beginning to end. His gaze was fixed on Yao Shuling as he said indifferently, Miss Yao, now that I've proven my strength, quickly take me to see Yao Yin. The martial arts practice field fell into silence. In this silent atmosphere, only Yushi's mournful screams could be heard. The second-ranked inner disciple, Yushi, had been defeated so easily by a strange disciple. Now, he was even being stepped on without being able to resist. At this moment, Yushi's face was full of humiliation. He was usually high and mighty as the second-ranked inner disciple and was revered by many inner disciples. However, today, in front of everyone, he was being stepped on by someone's right foot. This was a complete disgrace. Yao Shuling was also stunned. She had never thought that Yushi would be defeated so easily. Yushi was slightly stronger than her. If even Yushi was defeated, didn't that mean that she would also be defeated if she were to fight with this young man? Yushi is only the second-ranked inner disciple. If you can defeat the first-ranked inner disciple, Taita, then I'll take you to see my brother. Yao Shuling was still somewhat unconvinced. Taita, sure, remember what you said. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhuowen coldly glanced at Yao Shuling. A terrifying killing intent flashed across Yao Shuling's eyes, causing her body to turn cold. She had never seen such cold and emotionless eyes. This young man in front of her was terrifying. Who is Taita? Get out here! Zhuowen shouted at the martial arts practice field. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. This inner disciple who had suddenly appeared not only defeated the second-ranked inner disciple, Yushi, but also threatened Taita to get out here. He was too arrogant. Dang, dang. Dang! A huge figure stepped out from not far away. This person was more than 10 feet tall and was as sturdy as Tai Ta. He held an exaggeratedly huge meteor hammer in his hands. This should be the first-ranked inner disciple, Tai Ta. At this moment, Tai Ta stared coldly at Zhuowen and said, "Do you think you can challenge me just because you defeated Yushi? You better not compare me to that trash, Yushi." When Yushi, who was being stepped on by Zhuowen, heard these words, he was so angry that he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He glared fiercely at Tai Ta, who was not far away. Tai Ta's words were too impolite. He had said that Yushi was trash. Because of what had happened today, Yushi would not be able to lift his head up among the inner disciples anymore. "It's all the same to me." Zhuowen shook his head and kicked Yushi away. With a stomp of his foot, he charged towards Tai Ta at an extremely fast speed. Seeing Zhuowen charging towards him, Tai Ta roared angrily. The meteor hammer in his hands danced quickly, and a terrifying gale swept up around his body. Whistling meteor! Tai Ta roared as countless gales swept out. Surging origin energy gushed out, forming countless meteor lights. Then, he swung both his hands, throwing the meteor hammers at Zhuowen. Zhuowen's gaze was as calm as ever. The instant the whistling meteor flew towards him, he extended his right hand and caught it. Then, Zhuowen clenched his fist, and the whistling meteor formed by the meteor hammer shattered. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen arrived in front of Tai Ta. His right hand clenched into a fist and slammed into Tai Ta's chest. The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. Tai Ta's pupils contracted, and his waist arched like a shrimp as he was sent flying. Boom! Tai Ta landed heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was dispirited. Tai Ta was defeated in one move, and the surroundings fell silent again. The first and second-ranked inner disciples could not even take one move from this young man. Slowly walking towards Yao Shuling, Zhuowen said indifferently, "It's time to bring me to Yao Yan." At this moment, Yao Shuling slowly came back to her senses. She was still in shock. Tai Ta was defeated in one move. That was too much. Slowly coming back to her senses, Yao Shuling's eyes flickered. She said coldly, "My brother is a core disciple. You're seeking your own death by challenging him. I think you should give up." Although Zhuowen had shown great strength, she still believed that Yao Yan was stronger. If Yao Yan was here, he could also defeat Yushi and Tai Ta in one move. "My patience is limited. If you don't bring me to Yao Yan, you'll end up in a worse state than Yushi and Tai Ta." Zhuowen did not want to play word games with Yao Shuling. His voice became extremely cold, and a blood-red, killing intent slowly flowed out from his body. Feeling the terrifying killing intent from Zhuowen's body, Yao Shuling trembled. In this killing intent, she seemed to see a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, and the Azura hell. How many people did this young man have to kill to release such a terrifying killing intent? Yao Shuling's pretty face was pale. She lowered her head, not daring to look into Zhuowen's eyes. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with indifference and ruthlessness. It was a coldness that disregarded life. This coldness was very, very cold, and it made one's body tremble. "I'll bring you there." Biting her lower lip, Yao Shuling finally gave in. Just the aura released by the young man in front of her was enough to make Yao Shuling unable to resist. "That's good. Lead the way," Zhuowen said indifferently. His gaze relaxed, and the coldness on his body gradually disappeared. Chapter 8:15. Yao Yan. After reaching an agreement, Yao Shuling led Zhuowen out of the martial arts practice field under the astonished gazes of many disciples. Who was that young man? What a terrifying fellow. That's right. Yushi and Tai Ta couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. When did such a terrifying disciple appear in Shenzhen? After Yao Shuling and Zhuowen left, many of the surrounding disciples began to discuss animatedly. They were extremely excited. Along the way, Yao Shuling led the way while Zhuowen silently followed. The two of them didn't communicate at all as they walked in silence. Soon, the two of them walked out of the mountain peak. Zhuowen had already heard about the structure of Shenzhen when they were at the foot of the mountain. There were a total of 4 mountain peaks in Shenzhen. The peak that Zhuowen had entered was the Disciple Peak. Other than the Disciple Peak, the other 3 peaks were the Elder's Peak, the Sacred Master's Peak, and the Trial Crack. As the name implied, the Elder's Peak was naturally the peak where the Elder of Shenzhen resided. The Sacred Master's Peak was the peak where the Sacred Master of Shenzhen resided. As for the Trial Crack, it was a peculiar peak where the people of Shenzhen trained. When Yao Shuling brought him to find Yao Yin, Zhuowen knew that the peak where the core disciples resided was on the Trial Peak. Moreover, Zhuowen suspected that the Enlightenment Rock Cliff of Shenzhen should be on the Trial Peak. After a while, Yao Shuling stopped in front of a huge mountain peak. She turned her head and said coldly to Zhuowen, "This is the Trial Peak. My elder brother, Yao Yin, is training on this Trial Peak." Raising his head slightly, Zhuowen looked up at the strange mountain peak in front of him, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. The mountain peak in front of him was strangely shaped, and it was entirely crimson in color. There were 3 forks at the top of the mountain peak, and it looked like a flame symbol. At the foot of the mountain, there were 2 old men in gray robes lazily leaning against the mountain gate. They should be the guards of the mountain. However, these 2 gray-robed elders were not weak. They were both at the early stage of the ultimate 7-wheel emperor realm. At this moment, the 2 elders also noticed Yao, Shuling, and Zhuowen. Their eyes lit up. "Why have the 2 of you come to Training Peak? As intersect disciples, the 2 of you should know that the Training Peak is a forbidden area for you," one of the gray-robed old men said indifferently. Yao Shuling cupped her hands respectfully and took out a talisman. She passed it to the gray-robed old man and said, "I'm Yao Shuling. Yao Yin is my elder brother, and this talisman was given to me by my elder brother." When they heard Yao Yan's name, the 2 gray-robed old men's eyes narrowed slightly. They hurriedly took the talisman from Yao Shuling's hand and examined it carefully. They nodded and said, "It is indeed Yao Yan's talisman. Since Miss Yao is Yao Yan's relative, you can enter. However, the person beside you..." At this point, the gray-robed old man stopped talking. It was very obvious that Yao Shuling could enter the Trial Peak, but Zhuowen, who was by Yao Shuling's side, could not enter. Yao Shuling's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of craftiness. She indifferently said to Zhuowen, "I've already brought you to the Trial Peak. Unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications to enter the Trial Peak, so you should return on your own." As she spoke, Yao Shuling glanced at Zhuowen with schadenfreude. Under the gazes of the 2 gray-robed old men, she entered the mountain gate. She even turned around and gave Zhuowen a meaningful look before leaving Zhuowen. "Irrelevant people can leave," the gray-robed old man coldly said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and indifferently said, "You said I'm irrelevant? I came with Yao Shuling. Do you think I'm irrelevant?" The gray-robed old man sneered and said, "If she wanted to do something, why did she ignore you and leave you behind to enter the Trial Peak? Get lost. The Trial Peak is not a place you can enter." "Is that so?" Zhuowen was too lazy to talk nonsense with the 2 gray-robed old men. Since the Trial Peak was so close, how could Zhuowen, let go so easily? With a step, Zhuowen turned into a lightning shadow. Under the astonished gazes of the 2 gray-robed old men, he instantly disappeared into the mountain gate. Before the 2 old men could even react, Zhuowen's figure had already disappeared. Seeing Zhuowen's figure disappear in an instant, the 2 gray-robed old men were stunned. They didn't even catch a glimpse of Zhuowen's shadow. What a fast speed! This kid is so arrogant. He actually dares to barge into the Trial Peak. Let's chase after him. After reacting, the 2 gray-robed old men's faces became extremely ugly. They looked at each other, turned into 2 gray shadows, and quickly rushed into the mountain gate. After entering the mountain gate, there was a precipitous mountain path that was like a thin line of sky. At this moment, Yao Shuling was slowly walking within this thin line of sky. Her pretty face was already filled with a rich complacency. "Who told that guy to scare me? I won't let him enter the Trial Peak. I'll just let him watch from the outside. Let's see what he can do." As Yao Shuling spoke, She couldn't help but think of the terrifying killing intent that erupted from Zhuowen's body. That killing intent was very cold, terrifying, and sinister. She had never felt such a deep, cold intent from anyone. Even her brother didn't have such a terrifying killing intent. She knew that the young man from before must have had an extraordinary experience. Whoosh! A lightning shadow swept past and stopped in front of Yao Shuling. Then, Yao Shuling's delicate body stiffened. She stared at the indifferent man who was looking down at her from above. Her entire body was stunned. She couldn't help but exclaim, "You actually barged into the trial peak? We're the core disciples in the trial peak." Zhuowen didn't directly answer Yao Shuling's question. Instead, he silently stared at the ladder and asked word by word. His voice started to become extremely cold. "Speak or die." A terrifying killing intent descended once again. Yao Shuling's body couldn't help but tremble. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two gray shadows swept over from the bottom of the mountain path. The two gray-robed elders had also arrived. When they saw Zhuowen in the line of sky, they immediately shouted, "You have some guts. You actually dared to barge into the trial peak. Quickly, surrender. Take me to where the core disciples are. Otherwise, your end will be the same as these two old fellows." After indifferently spitting out these words, Zhuowen stomped his foot. Two blue spear shadows swept out from his body. Then, two pillars of blood spurted out. A bloody hole appeared between the eyebrows of the two gray-robed elders. Plop! The gray-robed elder didn't even make a sound. He fell down from the line of sky without any signs of life. He was clearly dead. "Ah, you killed the Trial Peak's gatekeeper elders?" Seeing the two gray-robed elders killed in an instant, Yao Shuling's body trembled. She cried out in alarm. Her heart was extremely flustered. The man in front of her was actually so daring. He actually dared to kill the Trial Peak's gatekeeper elders. Was he not afraid of Shengzhen's punishment? "Speak or die." Zhuowen's voice was still cold. It was so cold that Yao Shuling's heart beat wildly. "I'll take you there. The core disciples are halfway up the trial peak. There are 10 floating stone platforms there. Those are the places where the 10 core disciples cultivate." Yao Shuling had no choice but to compromise. The youth in front of her was too terrifying, especially his ruthless methods of killing people. She knew that if she didn't speak, her fate would be the same as the two gatekeeper elders. They would both die. "Let's go." Zhuowen didn't hold back this time. Carrying Yao Shuling in his right hand, he took a step forward and quickly flew up the trial peak. Under Yao Shuling's guidance, Zhuowen quickly arrived at the halfway point of the trial peak. Halfway up the mountain, there was a huge open-air stone hall. Above the stone hall floated 10 dazzling stone platforms. On the 10 stone platforms, there were naturally 10 dignified figures. There were both men and women among the 10 figures. There were a total of 7 men and 3 women. Without exception, these 10 figures were the core disciples cultivating on the trial peak. Moreover, all of them were full of energy and had powerful cultivations. All of them were actually at the ultimate 9th Will Emperor realm or above. The strongest among them had already reached the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm. The arrival of Zhuowen and Yao Shuling immediately attracted the attention of the 10 people. When their gazes gathered on Zhuowen, they frowned slightly. This youth in front of them was too unfamiliar. They had never seen him before. Then, their gazes fell on Yao Shuling, who was being carried by Zhuowen. Then the other 9 people all had strange gazes. They all stared at the youth in a dark blue robe sitting in the center. This youth's aura was the strongest among the 10 people. He had reached the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm. His other identity was Yao Shuling's elder brother, Yao Yan. At this moment, Yao Yan's eyes narrowed. He stared at Zhuowen and said, "Who are you? Why are you carrying my sister?" "Oh, you're Yao Shuling's elder brother, Yao Yan? I was just looking for you." As he spoke, Zhuowen let go of Yao Shuling. The latter ran to Yao Yan's side in a panic. She stared at Zhuowen with reddened eyes. After all, she was a girl. Just now, Zhuowen had used such an indecent posture to carry her. How could she not feel humiliated? Now that she saw her elder brother, she felt even more wronged. Therefore, her eyes were clouded with a layer of mist. Seeing Yao Shuling like this, Yao Yan's gaze turned cold. He said coldly to Zhuowen, "How dare you treat Shuling like this? Are you looking for death?" "I'm not looking for death. I'm looking for you. Take me to the Enlightenment Cliff." "The Enlightenment Cliff should be within the Trial Peak, right?" Zhuowen said calmly. "The Enlightenment Cliff? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How could someone like you enter the Enlightenment Cliff?" When Zhuowen mentioned the Enlightenment Cliff, a red-haired man sitting not far from Yao Yin coldly mocked. "I'll only give you one chance. Either speak or die," Zhuowen said coldly. An obscure killing intent slowly brewed. "What an arrogant brat. You dare to be so arrogant when you barge into my trial peak. See how I'll teach you a lesson." Zhuowen's words immediately caused the gazes of the 10 core disciples to become much colder. They stared at Zhuowen and became extremely unfriendly. Among them, the red-haired man sneered again and again. He directly jumped out and flew toward Zhuowen. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Zhuowen's right hand suddenly stretched out, and then all the attacks on the red-haired man's body were destroyed. Then, one hand easily grabbed the man's neck and lifted him off the ground. "I said, either speak or die. Since you don't want to speak, then die." Chapter 8:16. Holy Master, the crisp sound of bones cracking slowly rang out in the stone hall, causing the originally quiet atmosphere to become somewhat ear-piercing at this moment. The other 9 core disciples, including Yao Yin, stared blankly at the red-haired man in Zhuowen's hand. His neck was crooked to the side. Although the red-haired man was not the strongest among the 10 core disciples, he was not at the bottom either. He was also an ultimate 9th wheel emperor, and his cultivation was already stronger than most of the elders in Shenzhen. But now, in the hands of the young man before him, he had been easily crushed to death with a single move. "Did you kill Lu Hua?" Yao Yin asked with a cold gaze. Zhuowen did not waste any more words. With a stomp of his foot, the cultivation of the early Xuanzuan realm burst out. Countless streams of air surged out of Zhuowen's body like a tsunami, forming an upside-down waterfall. "You are also from the Xuanzuan realm?" Once Zhuowen's aura was released, Yao Yin and the others could easily see through Zhuowen's current cultivation. Their eyes were filled with shock. The 10 core disciples were the geniuses of Shenzhen. However, Yao Yin, who had the highest cultivation, was only in the early Xuanzuan realm. Moreover, Yao Yin was already 23 years old, but the young man in front of them was only 20 years old. He was 3 years younger than Yao Yin, but his cultivation was already the same as Yao Yan's. They all knew that the young man in front of them was much more talented than Yao Yin. "You are not a disciple of Shenzhen." Yao Yan's eyes flashed as he stared at the young man in front of him. He knew very well that it was unlikely that such a young Xuanzuan realm prodigy would appear in Shenzhen. Even if Yao Yin knew about him, it was impossible for him not to know. "You can say that. Hurry up and bring me to the Enlightenment Cliff. Otherwise, you know the consequences," Zhuowen said calmly. Yao Yin's face was gloomy. He said coldly, "How dare you? You're not a disciple of Shenzhen, yet you dare to break into Shenzhen. You're courting death, and you want us to submit to you and listen to your commands in the Xuanzuan realm?" Zhuowen didn't waste any more words. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body transformed into an afterimage as he flashed towards Yao Yin. "Bastard, you actually dared to make a move. Everyone, let's capture this kid. He dared to kill our Shenzhen's core disciple. We definitely can't let him go." Yao Yin shouted. With a stomp of his foot, he flashed towards Zhuowen. The young man in front of him was also a warrior of the Xuanzuan realm. Yao Yin naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to challenge him alone. Naturally, they would have to besiege him and take him down. The other 8 core disciples nodded. They all took out their respective spiritual treasures and greeted Zhuowen. In the stone hall, Yao Shuling was still standing. At this moment, she was also a little stunned. Only now did she realize that the young man who had just appeared in front of her was actually a Xuanzuan realm expert, in existence at the same level as her brother. "I underestimated him before." Yao Shuling shook her head, and her beautiful eyes contained a wisp of a complicated expression. Looking at the 9 people rushing towards him, Zhuan's eyes were indifferent. With a flip of his hand, the bone spear appeared in his palm. At the same time, 3 pairs of thunder wings grew out of his back. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body transformed into an illusory thunder shadow. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Zhuan immediately dodged the attacks of the 9 people. His figure flashed and arrived in front of a weaker man. With a shake of his bone spear, he swung at the man's chest, causing him to spit out blood and fly backwards. Zhuan's speed was too fast. With the support of 3 pairs of thunder wings, in addition to the Xuanzun realm support, Zhuan's speed was far beyond that of those in the Xuanzun realm. Even Yao Yin couldn't keep up with Zhuan's speed at this moment. He could only watch as Zhuan seriously injured him and the other 8 core disciples. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the 9 people besieging him, except for Yao Yin, were all hit by a powerful impact. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, rolling and struggling. They were seriously injured. Swoosh! With a flash of thunder, Zhuan appeared in front of Yao Yin. He stared at the latter indifferently and said, "You are too weak. Take me to the Enlightenment rock wall, and you will suffer less." Hearing Zhuan's somewhat arrogant words, Yao Yan's anger surged. They were all warriors of Xuanzun realm, but Zhuan actually said that he was too weak. This was a silent contempt. That's not necessarily true. Yao Yan shouted angrily. Holding the flame feather fan spirit treasure, his right hand suddenly spun. Suddenly, endless flames swept out and turned into a huge fire python that was dozens of feet long. Go! With a wave of the flame feather fan, the huge fire python roared and rushed toward Zhuan. For a moment, the temperature of the entire stone hall rose. However, when the fire python swept through the air, a blue spear shadow flashed, and the fire python burst into countless sparks. Then Zhuan instantly arrived in front of Yao Yin and fiercely swung the spear in his hand. Yao Yin didn't even have time to react. He only felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then his whole body flew out uncontrollably. He hit the rock wall around the stone hall and smashed a human-shaped hole. Whoosh! Yao Yin was struggling to get up when a cold light swept over. The tip of a bone spear was already in front of his roar. The sharp coldness caused Yao Yin to have goosebumps all over his body. "Take me to the Enlightenment rock wall." Zhuan's voice was cold and ruthless. Yao Yin was stunned. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him, who was also at the early stage of the Xuanzun realm, would be so strong. Even the 9 core disciples were no match for him. "Let go of my brother." Yao Shuling was stunned at first, and then screamed. She came to Yao Yan's side and stared at Zhuan with a pair of beautiful eyes. "As long as you take me to the Enlightenment rock wall, I won't kill him." Zhuan frowned. Yao Yan's eyes flickered, and he sighed softly. "Okay, I'll take you to the Enlightenment rock wall. However, you'll soon be known by the higher-ups of Shenzhen if you so brazenly break into the Trial Peak. At that time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. You don't have to worry about that. I just want to go to the Enlightenment rock wall," Zhuan said calmly. Seeing that Zhuan was so stubborn, Yao Yin was helpless. He sighed and said, "I'll take you there, but you can't make things difficult for us afterwards. Don't worry. If you take me to the Enlightenment rock wall, I won't hurt you." Zhuan nodded and agreed. "Then come with me." Yao Yin gritted his teeth and seemed to have made up his mind. He got up and walked toward the exit on the other side of the stone hall. Zhuan followed closely behind. Yao Shuling and the other 8 core disciples followed behind Zhuan with fear in their eyes. They kept a certain distance from the latter. The strength that Zhuan had displayed just now made them feel a lingering fear. How could they get close to this demon in front of them? While Yao Yin was leading Zhuan to the Enlightenment Cliff, the left and right protectors, as well as the 10 great elders, were standing respectfully in a grand hall at the peak of the sacred Master Mountain. At that moment, there was a stone statue flickering with golden light at the front of the hall. The left and right protectors, as well as the 10 great elders, were respectfully kneeling towards the stone statue. It was a rather strange sight. Kacha! The stone statue suddenly shattered and a magnificent and imposing figure walked out. This person had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes. His expression was solemn, and his eyes contained a flowing golden light. Lord Sacred Master. When this person appeared, the left and right protectors and the 10 great elders all prostrated themselves on the ground and bowed piously. This man's identity was obvious. He was the master of Shenzhen. I have a general understanding of the matter that you have reported. That young man has indeed infiltrated our Shenzhen. Just now, I sense that 2 of the guardian elders of the Trial Peak have died. I'm afraid that it was done by that young man. The Sacred Master's voice was not loud, but it was extremely majestic. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. What? He actually dared to barge into the smelting Trial Peak and even killed 2 guardian elders. This brat was simply too arrogant. Sacred Master, this kid must be captured and severely punished. Hearing this news, the left and right protectors and the 10 great elders were all shocked. Their faces revealed a mixture of shock and anger. Zhuowen was too despicable. It was fine if he had infiltrated their Shenzhen, but he actually dared to kill their Shenzhen's people. Yes, this kid really needs to be severely punished. Let's go to the Trial Peak first and see what this kid's motive is for infiltrating our Shenzhen. The Sacred Master's voice was very indifferent. It was impossible to tell what his emotions were. Lord Sacred Master is right. Let's go to the Trial Peak now. We must completely capture this arrogant kid. As he spoke, the Sacred Master led the left and right protectors and left the Sacred Master's peak. They flew through the air and flew towards the Trial Peak in the distance. Zhuowen silently followed behind Yao Yin. However, his eyes were constantly paying attention to his surroundings. The Trial Peak's terrain was extremely steep. Other than cliffs, there were steep slopes. The road was extremely bad. Moreover, along the way, there were very few people. It seemed that other than the 10 great core disciples, there were basically no other disciples on the Trial Peak. Perhaps it was because he noticed the puzzled look on Zhuowen's face. Yao Yin took the initiative to speak. Don't be puzzled. As the name suggests, the Trial Peak is used to train the sect's disciples. However, the Trial Peak is a major event within the sect. It only happens a few times a year. Only then will there be a sea of people and the sect's disciples come to train. Usually, only us core disciples train on this peak. The other disciples do not have the qualifications to enter. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of relief. Soon after, he continued to silently follow behind Yao Yin. Seeing that Zhuowen did not speak, Yao Yin naturally did not ask for a rebuff. He also calmly led the way in front. Not long after, the group passed through a dark tunnel and arrived at the edge of cliff. On the opposite side of the cliff, there was an extremely smooth rock wall. On the opposite side of the cliff is the enlightenment rock wall. You can use the iron chain bridge to enter the cave on the opposite side of the enlightenment rock wall. Inside there, you can greatly increase your comprehension ability. It is an important place in Shenzhen. Yao Yin stretched out his right hand and pointed at the edge of the cliff in front of them. There was a cold iron chain as he spoke indifferently. Zhuowen looked over and indeed discovered that on the opposite side of the iron chain was a cave that was half the height of a person. It looked ethereal and mysterious. Boom! Chapter 817. Wall of Enlightenment. Is that the Lord Holy Master? Zhuowen and Yao Yin, as well as Yao Shuling and the rest, all raised their heads and looked over. They saw the dazzling figures standing in the air. Even the left and right guardians and the 10 great elders are here. Yao Yin and the rest also noticed the left and right guardians and the 10 great elders behind the Lord Holy Master. The shock on their faces became even more intense. The sect had actually sent out such a huge force. Could be to capture this young man in front of them? Although they admitted that the young man in front of them was strong enough, it was not to the extent that the Lord Holy Master had to personally take him down. The 10 great elders should be able to take him down if they work together. Wasn't this a little too much? Zhuowen raised his head slightly and looked past the left and right guardians. He fixed his gaze on the dazzling figure at the front and his eyes narrowed. This person was very strong and gave him a strong sense of oppression. From the exclamations of Yao Yin and the rest, he knew that this dazzling middle-aged man was the Lord Shenzhen. The Lord Holy Master is not weak. He is actually an initial stage golden venerate. His strength is comparable to the strength of the Chao and Feng family masters. Xiao Hei's voice rang out slowly. Zhuowen's gaze became even more solemn, and at the same time, there was a hint of anticipation. Once he left the Dragon Vein, he would definitely make a trip to the Chao family, Feng family, and Grand family. He would definitely not let go of the three family masters. He was very clear that Chao Ji and Feng Tian were both at the early stage of the Golden Exalt realm, while Grand Hao Hai was at the late stage of the Golden Exalt realm. Now, that the Lord Shenzhen's strength was comparable to Chao Ji and Feng Tian's strength, he wanted to see how strong an initial stage Golden Venerate was. Xiao Hei, how confident am I in dealing with the Lord Holy Master? Zhuowen suddenly asked. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Hei said in a deep voice, "You don't have a high chance of winning. However, if you could transform into your Dragon Man form, you might be able to fight against the Holy Lord. However, your chances of winning are still not high. However, your defense in the Dragonoid state is even more abnormal than the Nirvana Vairocana. It won't be that easy for the Holy Lord to kill you." Initially, Zhuowen had a look of disappointment on his face. However, after hearing Xiao Hei's words, his eyes lit up again. He didn't expect the defense of a partially materialized Dragonoid form to be so insane. "Who are you? Why did you barge in my Shenzhen? Not only did you cripple Elder Naelin's cultivation, you even injured my 10 great elders and left and right protectors." The sacred leader looked down at Zhuowen. His thunderous voice was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. "What? Crippling Elder Naelin's cultivation and injuring the 10 great elders and left and right protectors?" When the sacred leader said this, Dazzle and the others were stunned. They naturally knew who Elder Naelin was. He was only an ultimate 8-wheel emperor. It was understandable that he wasn't the young man in front of them. However, the left and right protectors and the 10 great elders were all powerhouses of the Xuanzuan realm. 12 Xuanzuan realm powerhouses had joined forces, yet this young man still managed to injure them. Just how terrifying was this young man's strength? At this moment, the way Yao Yin and the others looked at Zhuowen changed. They finally understood why the sacred leader had personally come out. It was because this young man's strength was too terrifying. At present, only the sacred leader could suppress him. "I originally didn't want to clash with your Shenzhen. Unfortunately, that Elder Naelin made things difficult for me time and time again. That's why I fought back. To tell you the truth, I came to Shenzhen for the Cliff of Enlightenment. You only need to let me stay in there for 3 years. After 3 years, I will leave." Zhuowen raised his head. His eyes were as calm as water as he spoke indifferently. "Your goal is the Cliff of Enlightenment?" the sacred leader asked with narrowed eyes. "That's right." Zhuowen nodded. The sacred leader's eyes flashed. "It's not impossible for you to stay in the Cliff of Enlightenment for 3 years. However, you must join my Shenzhen. If possible, I am willing to give you the position of Great Protector. Your position is only below mine." Zhuowen was so young, yet he was able to defeat the 10 great elders and the left and right protectors. His future was limitless. Although Zhuowen had killed a lot of Shenzhen's people, the sacred leader's view of the bigger picture was far more grandiose than others. Such a genius was hard to come by in 100 years. He wasn't someone the rest of Shenzhen could compare to. The other geniuses and elders of Shenzhen could be nurtured with time and resources. However, a peerless genius like Zhuowen could only be found by chance. He wasn't someone who could be nurtured with time and resources. "What? Lord Sacred Leader, how can you give the position of Great Protector to this kid? This kid is so young, and he even killed Shenzhen's elders and disciples. His character isn't good enough. How can you be so careless?" As soon as the sacred leader said this, the left and right protectors and the 10 great elders behind him stepped forward to persuade him. They wanted to prevent the sacred leader from making such a foolish decision. The sacred leader snorted coldly and said, I understand what happened at the mountain gate. It was all Nalan Xiong's fault. Such a monstrous genius actually planned to be driven out of the mountain gate. He even wanted to kill Nalan Hongyu. And you didn't distinguish right from wrong and directly attacked this little brother. In the end, it was you who relied on Shangzhen's power to bully the weak. Isn't that the case? Moreover, you're all elders. Even if you join forces, you still aren't a match for this little brother. Do you think you have a right to speak? As soon as the sacred leader said this, the left and right protectors and the 10 great elders all fell silent. It seemed that the sacred leader, who had always been calm, was finally a little angry. After saying this, the sacred leader no longer paid any attention to the left and right protectors. He looked at Zhuowen with a smile and said, What does little brother think of my proposal? Zhuowen looked at the sacred leader in surprise. This person was quite broad-minded. He didn't care about what he had done before and was instead so enthusiastic about recruiting him. Although he knew that the Holy Master had done this because he had taken a fancy to his powerful strength and talent, it remained that the Holy Master was stronger than him. However, to be able to do this, it could be said that he had done his utmost benevolence. Kid, accept the sacred leader's proposal. Anyway, your goal is to comprehend the momentum of heaven and earth in the Enlightenment rock wall. In 3 years, the demonic creatures will break out of the seal. At that time, you'll need to rely on Shangzhen's power. So, becoming Shangzhen's great protector won't be bad for you, Xiaohei suddenly said. After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen smiled and said, The sacred leader is indeed magnanimous. You don't care about this one's crime of killing. This one is impressed. If the sacred leader doesn't mind, this one is willing to join Shangzhen. However, I have a free nature and don't want to be commanded by others, so, kid, you're too much. The sacred leader has already given you the position of great protector. Don't you want to bear the corresponding responsibility? The left and right protectors said with displeasure. The sacred leader waved his hand and shook his head. It's fine. If you join Shangzhen, you will be one of Shangzhen's people. I won't restrict your personal freedom too much. Then, thank you for your generosity, sacred leader. Zhuowen smiled and cupped his hands in respect. Until now, I still don't know your name, little brother. Is it convenient for you to tell me? The sacred leader smiled faintly. Zhuowen. Hearing this, the sacred leader nodded and said to the left and right protectors and the 10 elders behind him, From now on, Protector Zhuo will be the great protector of Shangzhen. As long as it doesn't harm Shangzhen's interests, you are not allowed to disobey his orders. Do you hear me? The left and right protectors and the 10 elders heard this, and their expressions turned ugly. Originally, they had followed the sacred leader and wanted to see the sacred leader completely suppress Zhuowen. However, they did not expect that Zhuowen would become their immediate superior. Yao Yin and the others were also shocked. It seemed that the sacred leader valued this young man very much. He had actually given him the position of great protector. The sacred leader leaped to Zhuowen's side and smiled. Protector Zhuo, since you want to step into the Enlightenment Cliff, I will personally bring you there. As he spoke, the sacred leader stepped onto the iron cable bridge and flew steadily toward the opposite cave. Zhuowen did not want to be outdone and followed closely behind. Soon, the two of them disappeared from everyone's sight. I really did not expect him to become the great protector. At the edge of the cliff, Yao Shuling stood next to Yao Yin. Her beautiful eyes stared at the gradually disappearing figure with a complicated expression. She did not know why, but she felt a trace of reluctance in her heart. At the same time, she also remembered the various things she had said to Zhuowen at the martial art practice field. Now that she thought about it, she felt a sense of shame that she could not show her face. At that time, she had repeatedly said that the inner sect disciples were just good-for-nothings and that only the core disciples were worthy of her. However, now, the young man named Zhuowen was so powerful that even the 10 core disciples were no match for him. From his sacred leader's words, even the 10 elders and the left and right protectors had been defeated by him and had been given the position of great protector by the sacred leader. Therefore, when she recalled the words and tone she had said, Yao Shuling's face was full of bitterness. The one who was truly unworthy was not Zhuowen, but her. Sister, let's leave. This person is too far away from us. He is not an existence that we can come into contact with at our level. Yao Yan's sharp senses noticed that Yao Shuling's expression was not right. He shook his head and sighed with emotion. After entering the cave, Zhuowen discovered that there was actually another world inside. The space inside was extremely vast, like a hall. Inside the cave, there were rock walls that were as smooth as a mirror. On the surface of the rock walls, there were densely packed words that looked like ants. While staring at the words on the rock walls, Zhuowen seemed to be able to feel a strange power. His entire body was rooted to the ground. In his eyes, the motionless words on the rock walls seemed to be constantly swimming at this moment, like living tadpoles. How magical! Is this the Enlightenment rock wall? Feeling the strange feeling that the surrounding rock walls gave him, Zhuowen could not help but open his mouth to speak. The Enlightenment rock wall has all kinds of magical powers that can increase your comprehension ability. Although the effect is not as obvious as that of the mystic comprehending realm, it is a subtle effect that can be sustained over a long period of time. The sacred leader seemed to have noticed Zhuowen's surprise and explained faintly. Nodding his head, Zhuowen also realized that the feeling that the Enlightenment rock wall gave him was similar to that of the mystic comprehending realm. However, it was not as strong. You should have comprehended the power of concept to the peak of perfection, right? Are you planning to rely on the Enlightenment rock wall to comprehend the power of heaven and earth? Chapter 8:18. Light potential. Oh, why does the Holy Lord say so? Zhuowen asked cautiously as his eyes flashed. The Holy Lord didn't care about the cautious Zhuowen and smiled faintly. In front of the mountain gate, I sense your battle with the left and right protectors. I know that you have grasped the peak of perfection spear intent. Your talent is indeed terrifying. Being able to comprehend the peak of perfection concept at such a young age is rare and commendable. On the other hand, above the concept energy was the illusory force of the heavens and earth. Didn't you enter the Enlightenment rock wall for this? Zhuowen frowned slightly. It seemed that the Holy Lord in front of him wasn't simple. He was actually so familiar with the concept force and the force of heaven and earth. He knew that Lu Han Tian, as a heavenly venerate powerhouse, didn't know that there was an even more powerful force of heaven and earth in the concept force. Otherwise, Lu Han Tian wouldn't have kept it from him. Don't be surprised. I once meditated in front of the Enlightenment rock wall for 100 years and comprehended a force of heaven and earth. This is my force. The Holy Lord waved his sleeve, and countless lights flashed out, covering the entire stone hall. It was as if the entire world didn't exist at this moment. The only thing that existed was the endless blazing light. Within the light, Zhuowen was almost unable to open his eyes due to the piercing light. At this moment, a trace of hesitation and helplessness appeared in his heart. His entire body had nowhere to hide under this terrifying light. Whoosh! The light faded, and the world in front of him returned to the environment of the stone hall. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with confusion. Is this the force of heaven and earth? Zhuowen muttered to himself. His heart couldn't help but tremble. The heavens and earth were filled with dazzling light that sealed off all his senses, causing him to lose all contact with the outside world. He knew that if the Holy Lord attacked him at this time, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. He might even be killed by the Holy Lord. Thinking of this possibility, Zhuowen's back broke out in a cold sweat. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but tremble, and his face was extremely pale. This is the momentum of heaven and earth that I have comprehended. I call it the momentum of light. After all, there are countless elements in the world. If you can comprehend an element, you will be able to use that element. The Sacred Lord glanced at Zhuowen and explained. Life force. When Zhuowen recalled the feeling of helplessness he felt when he was surrounded by countless rays of light, he felt a wave of lingering fear. This light was so terrifying that it could actually seal a person's perception within countless rays of light. Moreover, the Sacred Lord was truly terrifying. Although he was only at the initial stage of the Golden Venerate realm, the Sacred Lord who had comprehended the light force was actually comparable to a heavenly Venerate warrior. The momentum of the world had a terrifying effect on a martial artist's strength. Thinking back to how Zhuowen had wanted to challenge the Holy Lord, Zhuowen couldn't help but bitterly smile. If the Sacred Lord hadn't comprehended the light force, then Zhuowen would have the strength to fight. However, the Sacred Lord who had the light force could easily kill Zhuowen. Even if he used his Dragon Man form, it would still be difficult for him. Moreover, from what the Sacred Lord had said, the momentum of the world was just a general term. There were many types within it. For example, if the Sacred Lord had comprehended the light force, then there would definitely be wind force, fire force, thunder force, and so on. Zhuowen had comprehended spear intent, so if he had comprehended the momentum of the world, then it should be spear force. Sacred Lord, this one has killed many of your Shenzhen people. Not only did you give me the position of great protector, you even explained to me about the momentum of the world. I don't think there is such a selfless good person in this world. Suddenly, Zhuowen turned his head and stared at the Sacred Lord in front of him. His gaze became extremely dignified with a trace of suspicion. The Sacred Lord shook his head, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. The reason why this one is helping you is naturally because I have a motive. Hearing this, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he stared at the Sacred Lord. He knew that the Sacred Lord was about to explain the reason. This world has existed for tens of thousands of years. At that time, there weren't humans in this world, but endless demonic creatures. These demonic creatures enslaved humans and fed on them. Humans were reduced to existences that were worse than pigs and dogs. They lived in humiliation. Until one person, a Taoist who rode a pale white dragon, arrived here. This person's methods were heaven-defying, and his strength was terrifying. When he attacked, countless demonic creatures were destroyed. Almost all the demonic creatures in this world disappeared. However, some demonic creatures led their descendants and hid in the depths of the earth. After the demonic creatures were destroyed, that Taoist didn't say a word and left this world. Since then, our human race has continued to multiply and grow stronger, dominating this world. At this point, the Sacred Lord's expression became even more troubled. He continued, "Unfortunately, after tens of thousands of years, the descendants of the demonic creatures underground have grown stronger and stronger. Their numbers have also increased. They are planning to invade the surface. The entrance to the demonic creature's seal is in my Shenzhen. The seal can only last for 3 years. After 3 years, the seal will be broken and the demonic creatures will come out from underground and invade the surface. When that time comes, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Furthermore, these demonic creatures are extremely strange. Normal forces can't harm them at all. The only thing that can restrain them is the power of the universe. Although this one has comprehended the power of the universe, it is difficult for one person to take charge alone. I can't stop so many demonic creatures. However, Guardian Zhuo, you have appeared." Zhuowen raised his eyebrows. No wonder the Sacred Lord was so enthusiastic about recruiting him. He wanted to invite him to fight against the demonic army 3 years later. However, Zhuowen soon had new doubts. He asked, "In this world, are you the only one who can comprehend the power of the universe? Can't other geniuses comprehend it?" The Sacred Lord shook his head and sighed. "Almost none. Every year, we recruit geniuses from the outside world. Unfortunately, in Shenzhen, other than the successor of the sect leader, the other cultivators can't comprehend the power of the universe. They can't even comprehend the power of the universe. I don't know why this happened." At this point, the Sacred Lord's eyebrows furrowed. It was obvious that he had a headache about this phenomenon. It was indeed strange that he was the only one who could comprehend the power of the universe. However, Zhuowen didn't find it strange. It seemed that this situation was arranged by the Songlong Taoist. After all, there were so many humans in this world. If there were many people who could comprehend the power of the universe, then even if the demonic creatures invaded, they wouldn't be a threat to the human race. Then, why would he, an outsider, need to come here to do the mission? The Tsang Long Taoist arrangement was obviously to let Zhuan rely on himself to destroy the demonic creatures. The Sacred Lord should be the kind of person who would assist Zhuan, similar to a key character in a game. Since ancient times, you're the first cultivator I have seen who has comprehended the concept of perfection. I know that you have a very high chance of comprehending the power of the universe. If you can comprehend the power of the universe, then the human race will have a better chance of defeating the demonic creatures in 3 years. At this point, the Sacred Lord's face turned red, and he became extremely excited. But Sacred Lord, are you so sure that I can comprehend the power of the universe within 3 years? Zhuan suddenly asked. The Sacred Lord's face stiffened. He was so excited that he forgot about this. In the past, he had sat on the Enlightenment rock wall for 100 years before he comprehended the power of the universe. 3 years was indeed too short. You can only rely on luck. In the next 3 years, I will often come to this Enlightenment rock wall to explain the details of the power of the universe to you, as well as my comprehension, to help you comprehend it. The Sacred Lord said seriously. Zhuan's eyes flashed, but his heart was a little excited. After all, the Sacred Lord was an existence who had comprehended the power of the universe. If he had the Sacred Lord's explanation and comprehension, it would be very beneficial for him to comprehend the power of the universe. The time needed to comprehend the power of the universe would also be greatly reduced. Protector Zhua, feel the wonders of the Enlightenment rock wall first. This token is my personal token. If you have any questions, you can use this token to summon me, and I will immediately come to explain it to you. The Sacred Master tossed a black token to Zhuan with his right hand, after which he gave Zhuan a few instructions before leaving the Enlightenment rock wall. TSK, your treatment is really generous. The great Shenzhen's Sacred Lord will come whenever you summon him. Xiao He had unknowingly appeared in Zhuan's sea of consciousness. She sat on Zhuan's shoulder and snickered. Zhuan shrugged and said, "The Sacred Lord helping me is also helping him in Shenzhen. This is just an equal exchange." That's true. You can feel the wonders of the Enlightenment rock wall first. This thing is very rare in the outside world. Xiao He suddenly said in a serious tone. Nodding his head, Zhuan came to the center of the Enlightenment rock wall and stared at the words on one of the walls. Suddenly, the words were like small tadpoles that wriggled continuously in his vision. The wriggling became more and more frequent. In the end, they completely broke away from the wall and shot into Zhuan's vision. Zhuan was stunned on the spot, and the confusion in his eyes became even more intense. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More and more small tadpole-like words broke away from the wall and surrounded Zhuan's body. They entered Zhuan's body through his acupuncture points, and Zhuan gradually sank into a mysterious state of comprehension. Time gradually passed. It had been 3 months since Zhuan had entered the Enlightenment rock wall. During these 3 months, the rumor that the Sacred Lord of Shenzhen had appointed a 20-year-old young man as the Great Protector gradually spread throughout Shenzhen. The position of the Great Protector was second only to the Sacred Lord. It had been vacant for a long time. No one had expected that the Sacred Lord would actually give the position to a 20-year-old young man. When they heard this news, many disciples in Shenzhen were in disbelief. However, even more were doubtful and jealous. They couldn't believe that a 20-year-old young man had the qualifications to become the Great Protector. This was simply impossible. Some people even secretly spread the news that the Great Protector was actually the Sacred Lord's illegitimate son. That was why the Sacred Lord was so biased and gave the position to the young man. Chapter 819. Blood Spear. The role of the Enlightenment rock wall was indeed very powerful. Inside, Zhuan's perception was several times higher than usual. If he was in a good state, it could even reach a dozen times higher. With the improvement of his perception, Zhuan became more familiar with the concepts and the momentum of the world. Every once in a while, the Holy Lord would come to the Enlightenment rock wall to explain the details of the momentum of the world to Zhuowen. At the same time, he would answer Zhuowen's questions. During this period of time, Zhuowen's progress was great. Although he knew nothing about the momentum of the world, he had already comprehended the great perfection spear intent to the extreme. The Holy Lord had once said that if he wanted to touch the momentum of the world, he would have to thoroughly master the concept. Only by thoroughly comprehending the concept would it be relatively easier to comprehend the momentum of the world. Therefore, Zhuowen was not in a hurry to directly comprehend the momentum of the world. Instead, he silently experienced his own spear intent, wanting to thoroughly comprehend it before doing anything else. Inside the rock wall, a figure stood quietly with his eyes closed. He held a bone spear in his hand. Waves of blue spear shadows were like countless snakes, dispersing around his body. A strange blue color filled the entire interior of the rock wall, causing the entire rock wall to turn into a strange blue world. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were already filled with a deep blue color. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as Zhuowen moved. Like a bolt of lightning, he turned into a series of blue afterimages. A spear thrust forward, and the blue spear intent erupted, condensing into a blue crystal. This crystal turned into a blue spear, and it froze in mid-air in the same posture as before. Zhuowen took a step, turned around, and brandished the spear again. Every time he brandished it, he was able to display the power of the spear intent to the extreme, leaving behind a crystal spear shadow in mid-air. In 5 breaths of time, Zhuowen had brandished his spear hundreds of times, leaving behind hundreds of blue crystal spears around his body. Being within the 100 spears, Zhuowen's entire body was faintly discernible, appearing quite mysterious. After a year, I finally comprehended the spear intent thoroughly. At this moment, the might of spear intent is several times stronger than before. Looking at the hundreds of blue spears that were frozen in mid-air around him, Zhuowen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. With a stomp of his foot, the hundreds of blue spears were instantly crushed into blue powder. Good. To be able to completely comprehend spear intent in a year. Protector Zhua, your talent is indeed very strong. A clear voice rang out. The Saint Lord slowly walked out from the cave entrance, looking at Zhuowen with eyes full of admiration. In fact, this is all thanks to the experiences provided by Holy Master in the Enlightenment Rock Wall. Otherwise, I might not have been able to fully comprehend the spear intent so quickly. Zhuowen revealed a rare smile. The sacred leader shook his head and said, Protector Zhua, you are too modest. My experiences are just external aids. If one's perception is not enough, giving him my experiences would be like playing the lute to a cow. But you are different. Even with my experiences, you were able to completely comprehend spear intent in a year. This is rare and commendable. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded and did not discuss this topic too much. Instead, he changed the topic and said, This time, I have completely mastered spear intent. I should be able to try to comprehend the momentum of heaven and earth, right? Yes, what you have comprehended is spear intent. Then, you should transform spear intent into spear force. This kind of weapon-type momentum of heaven and earth is very difficult to comprehend on your own. You must have the guidance of a predecessor. At this point, the sacred leader was a little embarrassed. His eyes flickered as if he was hesitating about something important. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. What the sacred leader said was correct. The momentum of heaven and earth contain many elements. Wind, fire, thunder, clouds, and other natural elements could be directly sensed. However, some of the more abstract elements, such as sabers, spears, staffs, and so on, could not be directly sensed. Therefore, this also made it extremely difficult for cultivators who comprehended these abstract elements to transform intent realm into force. Then, sacred leader, do you have any good methods to make it easier for me to comprehend spear force? Zhuowen frowned and asked. The sacred leader was hesitant at this moment. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he said, come with me to the sacred leader peak. I will take you to a place. That place will be very beneficial for you to comprehend spear force." After saying this, the sacred leader took a step and left the enlightenment rock wall. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a thoughtful look as he followed the sacred leader. From the hesitant look on the sacred leader's face, it was obvious that the place he wanted to take him to this time was not ordinary. Moreover, it was likely to be a very important place to the sacred leader. Whoosh, whoosh, two streams of light flashed by, attracting the attention of many disciples and elders in the Shenzhen. "Look, isn't that the sacred leader? I didn't expect the sacred leader to come out of the enlightenment rock wall so early today." Over the past year, the sacred leader had frequently entered and exited the enlightenment rock wall, which naturally attracted the attention of many disciples and elders. They also knew that the sacred leader was doing this because of the Great Guardian. Therefore, for a moment, the Great Guardian, whom many people had never seen before, became even more mysterious. There is another person beside the sacred leader. He seems to be a young man in his 20s. Moreover, this young man is flying side by side with the sacred leader. Who is he? It can't be that this kid is the mysterious Great Guardian, right? It is said that the Great Guardian is also a young man in his 20s. Everyone quickly noticed Zhuo, who was standing beside the sacred master, and their expressions changed. They knew that only the mysterious Great Guardian could fly side by side with the sacred master at such a young age. Whoosh! The sacred leader and Zhuo soon arrived at the sacred leader peak and stopped in the main hall at the peak. "Let's go in," the sacred leader said, and took the lead to step into the main hall. The main hall was resplendent and dazzling. When they reached the depths of the main hall, Zhuo saw a rather large room. The sacred leader came to the center of the room and took a step forward. The sound of mechanisms activating could be heard. Rumble. Then the entire room shook violently. Zhuo clearly felt that this strange room was falling rapidly. The bottom of the room is hollow. When he felt the room falling, the first thing that came to Zhuo's mind was an elevator. The principle was similar to the elevators on Earth, except that the room he was in was much larger and wider. After a while, an even more violent tremor came. Zhuo almost lost his balance. Then, the tremor disappeared and everything calmed down. Zhuo knew that he had reached the bottom. "Let's go out." As he spoke, the sacred lord came to the door and opened it. Following that, a slightly piercing ray of light swept over, causing Zhuo to squint his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that there was a completely different world outside the door. This was a huge space, and the only color in this space was the mournful color of blood. Below the blood-colored space, there was a land of ruins. On the land of ruins, there were countless piles of white bones. It was an extremely strange scene. "Sacred leader, where is this?" Zhuo's pupils shrank as he came behind the sacred leader. He was puzzled. The sacred leader did not speak. He just quietly stared at the blood-colored space with a touch of sadness in his eyes. After a long time, the sacred leader said, "This is an arena built by the demonic creatures. Those demonic creatures treated humans like livestock. Not only did they kill humans, but they also built this arena for humans to kill each other for entertainment." Speaking of this, the sacred leader's body trembled. The sadness in his eyes turned into anger. He knew very well that if the demonic creatures broke through this world in 2 years, then the fate of the human race would be the same as tens of thousands of years ago. He could not let this happen. Back then, there were naturally many brilliant geniuses in the human race. There were also many who had comprehended the general trend of the world. However, once the demons discovered such geniuses, they would basically adopt the means of obliterating them, slaughtering them to death before they could grow up. Zhuo's eyes narrowed as he looked at the piles of bones in the blood-red space. He was shocked as well as furious. He was also a human, so he naturally felt furious and sorrowful when he saw so many of his kind being killed by demonic creatures. Look over there. That blood spear was left behind by a brilliant ancestor. That blood spear contains the spear force that ancestor comprehended. However, this ancestor spear force has a very strong killing intent. You have to be careful. The sacred leader pointed with his right hand. At the end of his finger, there was a huge blood spear that was 20 feet tall. It was quietly inserted into the ground, and an obscure aura faintly seeped out from the blood spear. If you want to comprehend the spear force, then you must have the ability to pick up this blood spear. It contains the spear force that ancestor instilled in it. It will be very beneficial for you to comprehend the spear force. Speaking of this, the sacred leader's eyes became extremely solemn. He continued, "However, this blood spear is filled with too much resentment and blood chi. If you're not careful, it is very likely that the resentment and blood chi will corrode your soul and cause you to go crazy." After speaking, the sacred leader looked at Zhuowen as if he was asking for Zhuowen's opinion. "Then I'll try." Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He took a step forward and arrived before the blood spear. He carefully examined it. The sacred leader nervously followed behind Zhuowen. He was always ready. If anything happened to Zhuowen, he was ready to separate him from the blood spear. The surface of the blood spear was covered with blood-red veins. It looked extremely strange and terrifying. Furthermore, these veins were constantly wriggling, adding a hint of eeriness to it. Without any hesitation, Zhuowen grasped the blood spear with his right hand. Immediately, a terrifying resentment invaded Zhuowen's soul. It wanted to enter the space between Zhuowen's eyebrows and take over his soul. What terrifying resentment and blood chi! Unfortunately, I have the blood demon. Just as the resentment and bloody aura was about to enter Zhuowen's sea of consciousness, the green coffin on his back immediately emitted a suction force. The resentment and bloody aura were immediately absorbed by the green coffin without any resistance at all. "Rise!" With a shout, Zhuowen easily pulled out the blood spear. At the same time, he played with it with great interest. Chapter 820. Memories. Looking at Zhuowen playing with the blood spear, the sacred leader was still in disbelief. The blood spear that contained the resentment and blood chi of the ancestors was picked up by this young man, just like that. The resentment within the blood spear was so terrifying that even he found it difficult to bear. However, Zhuowen was able to pull it out so easily and even played with it with great interest. Seeing this scene, the sacred leader felt like he had been cheated. "Sacred leader, this blood spear isn't as terrifying as you say it is," Zhuowen said with satisfaction as he waved the blood spear around. The corner of the sacred leader's mouth twitched when he heard this. He felt that Zhuowen's words were very infuriating. However, he temporarily restrained his emotions and said, "It seems that the blood spear is fated to be with you." Zhuowen laughed in his heart. If it weren't for the blood demon, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to bear the terrifying resentment within the blood spear. However, the moment he held the blood spear, Zhuowen found that the blood spear faintly contained a sharp and terrifying killing intent. This intent was very strong. Protector Zhuo. This blood spear contains the memories of the ancestors. This ancestor was an existence that comprehended the power of the spear. You can send your thoughts into the blood spear. Perhaps there will be some useful experience for you," the sacred leader said. Nodding, Zhuowen no longer hesitated. He turned his thoughts into needle-like shapes and drilled them into the blood spear. Boom! The moment Zhuowen's mind entered the blood-red spear, an extremely terrifying spear force burst out from the blood-red spear. Immediately, countless blood-red spear shadows fell from the sky like a blood-red waterfall, sealing Zhuowen and the blood-red spear within. The sacred leader slowly took a few steps back, looking at the countless blood spear shadows in front of him. His gaze was extremely serious. He muttered in a low voice, "What a terrifying spear power! I wonder if Protector Zhuo can comprehend the true power of the spear from it. Fine, I'll stay here for a year. After a year, I'll go out to take charge of dealing with the demonic creatures. I hope you won't disappoint me, Enforcer Zhuo." As the Holy Lord spoke, he sat down cross-legged not too far away from Zhuowen. His eyes quietly stared at Zhuowen within the blood-red spear shadow. If anything happened to Zhuowen, he would immediately move to stop him. There were only 2 years left before the demonic creatures broke the seal, so he could only stay here for a year. A year later, he would gather all the human powerhouses in Shenzhen and prepare to resist the incoming demonic army. This was a land of blood. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with the color of blood. Above the land of blood, there was a pitter-patter of rain. This rain was blood. This world was a world of blood. Everything in sight was filled with the color of blood, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Walls that were several dozen meters tall surrounded the bloody soil. The walls were blood-red and covered in strange, blood-red inscriptions. They were filled with a strange power. On top of the high walls was a ring-shaped seating platform. Its shape was very similar to the Colosseum of ancient Rome. On the platform sat many tall and ferocious creatures. These creatures were not humans. They had pitch-black scales and sharp horns on their foreheads. They were 3 meters tall and had blood-red eyes. These ferocious creatures opened their blood-red eyes and looked down at Zhuowen, who was below the high walls. To be more precise, they were not looking at Zhuowen, but at the area behind Zhuowen. Turning around, Zhuowen looked behind him. There were iron fences, and within the iron fences was a dark iron prison. In Zhuowen's eyes, these iron fences imprisoned humans in tattered clothes. There were men and women, but most of these humans had dull eyes. It was as if they were numb and had no attachment to this world. Is this the past of the blood-red space from 10,000 years ago? Looking at the scene around him, Zhuowen quickly understood. These scenes should be the memories from 10,000 years ago in the Blood Spear. Now, his consciousness was reading these memories that few people knew of from 10,000 years ago, as if he was watching a movie. The ferocious creatures on the platform on the high walls should be the extremely terrifying demonic creatures from 10,000 years ago. They enslaved humans, killed them, and even tortured them. They treated them like livestock. Looking at the apathetic humans behind the iron fence, as well as the demons laughing and cursing on the high wall, Zhuowen's heart suddenly couldn't help but burst into a monstrous rage. This rage was the sorrow and anger of seeing his own race being enslaved and slaughtered by another race. Zhuowen himself was a human, but now seeing his own race being treated like this by a group of monsters that were neither human nor ghost, how could he not be angry and indignant? Kill, kill, kill. Human livestock, if you want to live, then kill each other at all costs. Ha! On the high walls, the demonic creature's hoarse and unpleasant voice sounded. Then, the iron fences were all opened. One by one, the numb humans slowly walked out of the iron fences. Clang, clang, clang. Weapons of different shapes and sizes fell from the sky and stabbed into the bloody ground. The humans who walked out of the iron fence stared at the weapons in front of the bloody ground in a daze. They were still motionless as if time had stopped. Don't kill? If the 20 of you don't kill, all of you will die. If you kill each other, the winner can live. Only one can live. Choose, either all of you die, or only one of you survives. The demonic creature's voice sounded again. It was like thunder, echoing in the sky above the bloody ground. Pitter, patter, patter. The blood rain fell again, and it was getting heavier and heavier. The entire space was dyed red. The 20 humans still didn't move. Their eyes were still numb, and they just let the blood rain fall on their bodies. Good. Since you don't kill, then I will kill all of you. The demonic creature's voice became angry. It was about to attack. Kill. However, just as the monster was about to attack, a shrill cry rang out. A young man sobbed as he rushed out from a corner. He pulled out an ordinary-looking spear from the bloody soil and charged towards another middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man was in a daze. He looked at the young man who was rushing toward him. He remained motionless and just looked at the young man quietly. Pucci. The long spear pierced through his chest. The middle-aged man took a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, a peaceful smile appeared on his face. He looked at the young man and said, "Thank you. Do your best to live." With that, the middle-aged man fell to the ground. His breath gradually weakened, and he finally died. The young man was stunned. He held the long spear with both hands. A stream of blood flowed from the middle-aged man's body into the young man's hands. It was the first time he realized that blood could be so hot. However, his heart turned cold. Because of his cowardice and fear of death, he killed someone. Moreover, he killed an innocent person. Plop! The young man sat on the ground and cried hysterically. Accompanied by a rain of blood, his cries filled the entire arena. It was mournful and helpless. Good, good, good. You're a good man. Pick up the spear again and kill the other 18 people. Otherwise, it won't be just the 18 people who will die. You will die too. If you want to live, you have to kill the others. The countless demonic creatures on the high platform laughed, as if the scene, just now, was very funny. To them, the human race killing each other was a comedy that made them convulse with laughter. The young man looked up and stared at the countless demonic creatures on the high platform. He slowly stood up and stopped crying. A deep resentment grew in his eyes. It was all because of these demonic creatures. Otherwise, why would he and the others fall to this point? I can't die. I have to become stronger. Strong enough to kill these demonic creatures. Wiping the tears from the corner of his eyes, the young man gently put down the middle-aged man's body and pulled out the long spear. His eyes were filled with determination. He couldn't die. He had to become stronger. He had to make these demonic creatures pay the price. Poochie! Poochie! The young man's attacks became cold-blooded and ruthless. The sluggishness in his eyes was no longer there. It was replaced with indifference and resentment. He knew that the only thing he could do now was to kill these innocent people of his own race. After the young man killed the last person, he came to a corner and suddenly vomited. The sorrow and self-blame in his eyes became even more intense. Although his only choice was to kill, how could he feel good whenever he remembered that the people who died in his hands were his own race? Good job. Human, what's your name? To be able to raise the weapon in your hand and kill your own race, we demonic creatures agree with your shamelessness. Ha! A demonic creature asked loudly with a mocking tone. Planting the long spear on the ground, the young man's eyes became unprecedentedly determined. He did not answer the demonic creature's question. It doesn't matter if you don't answer. You did well today. You've survived. There's still a battle tomorrow. If you want to struggle at death's door, then continue to kill. Kill your fellow clansmen and live on in their resentment. Ha! Countless demonic creatures roared with laughter. They looked at the young man as if they were looking at a joke. That's right, killing their own race was very funny to them. Time passed day by day. The young man appeared in the arena every day. Every time, he would be able to stand at the end and kill everyone else. The ordinary long spear in the young man's hand gradually turned blood red and became a blood spear. The young man became more and more indifferent. His heart was like steel. No matter who his opponent was, he would kill them with a single spear. The only hope in his heart was to live on. He would live on just like that. On this day, the iron fence opened once again. The young man slowly walked out with a blood spear in his hand and a cold gaze in his eyes. Stepping on the bloody ground, the young man's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. This was because he realized that there was only one person on the bloody ground today. Usually, there would be more than 10 people appearing at the same time. It was the first time that only one person had appeared today. When the young man raised his head and his gaze fell on the figure on the ground, his pupils shrank and his body trembled. It was a young girl. Although she was wearing a coarse short skirt made of animal skin and her hair was slightly disheveled, it still could not hide the girl's snow-white skin and delicate face. Shui Yao, Chapter 821. Shui Yao, Shui Yao, Shui Yao. Why is it you? The youth's cold gaze finally changed. It turned into disbelief, fear, and weakness. The girl in front of him was called Shui Yao. She was his childhood sweetheart and his little sister. The youth still could not forget that the little girl who liked to cry, stick to him, and call him Big Brother was standing in front of him at this moment. Moreover, she was standing on the opposite side of the arena. Big Brother, Big Brother. Shui Yao's watery eyes were filled with helplessness. At this moment, she coincidentally saw the youth kneeling on one knee with a blood spear in his hand. The youth's face gave her a familiar feeling. It was the gentle face of her big brother that she had looked up to many times in the past. The big brother who had always protected her was right in front of her eyes. Therefore, she unconsciously called out. Hearing this call, the youth's entire body trembled. The arm holding the blood spear violently trembled for the first time. He tightly bit his lower lip and roared. Why? Why is it Shui Yao? Oh, a shameless person who kills people like scything flax can actually feel pity for his little sister? Haha, this is the first time I've seen you show such an expression. The demon sitting at the front suddenly laughed. His laughter was very evil. As long as you kill this girl, you'll be free in the future. You won't have to fight in the arena every day to survive. As long as you kill this girl, you'll be free. Go kill her. The demon patiently guided the youth. The mocking expression on his face became even more intense. The other demons also revealed expressions of interest. When they released the youth, they already knew that the youth's opponent today was his little sister. They really wanted to see if the youth who killed people like scything flax would pick up the blood spear blade in his hand and kill his little sister. Kill her! Kill her! On the high wall, all the demonic creatures stood up and roared. Their crimson eyes were fixed on the young man below. Shui Yao's delicate body trembled, especially when she saw the ferocious demons on the high wall. Her entire body went limp on the ground. Her beautiful eyes were filled with mist as she stared at the youth in front of her and said, "Big brother, I'm scared, I'm so scared." When he heard Shui Yao's trembling voice, the young man's entire body trembled while his breathing became hurried. Especially when he saw Shui Yao's helpless gaze, the young man felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. He still remembered that whenever Shui Yao said that she was scared, she would always hug his arm. That way, she would feel at ease. At that time, he would always say, "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." But now, he couldn't bring himself to say those words. He could only stare at his own hands, which were stained with the blood of his own kind. He had killed innocent people of his own kind. He had struggled at death's door for so long under the mockery of the demonic creatures. Did he still have the ability to protect Shui Yao? Do I still have the qualifications? Kill her, or both of you will die. You should know the rules of the Colosseum. The demonic creature's voice gradually turned cold, and strands of killing intent spread out from it. Why her? Couldn't it be someone else? Why her? The young man raised his head and roared in a slightly hysterical manner. Why did these demonic creatures choose Shui Yao? Why did they choose the little sister that he had sworn to protect? Why her? Because we did it on purpose. Haha, we did it on purpose. Your fate is in our hands, and you have to kill whoever we tell you to kill. You're just a chess piece for us to amuse ourselves. The indistinct demonic creature suddenly roared with laughter, and its voice was piercing and merciless. After that, it suddenly turned cold and said, "If I tell you to kill her, then you have to kill her. If you don't, then all of you can die. Kill her, and you'll be truly free." The demonic creature continued to tempt him. They needed an even more exciting performance. The young man's repeated victories in the Colosseum had made the demonic creatures sick of watching him, so they needed an even more exciting performance. So, they had specially investigated the young man's background and found the young woman, Shui Yao, whom the young man had relied on since he was young. She was the existence that the young man was determined to protect. They really wanted to see what sort of expression the young man would have when he killed the little sister that he was determined to protect. They wanted to see the young man in pain and humiliation, and they wanted to see the young man go mad. Perhaps that would be the only way to stimulate them. At this moment, Shui Yao had gradually recovered her calm, especially when she saw the young man kneeling on the ground with a face covered in pain. Shui Yao's heart suddenly ached for him. Shui Yao slowly walked over to the young man's side. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten her fear. She squatted down and cupped the young man's face while a gentle smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. "Big brother, you've always protected me in the past. Shui Yao wants to protect you this time as well. This is the first time that I've seen you reveal such fear. Don't be afraid." Shui Yao's smile grew brighter and brighter. Her icy cold hand gently stroked the young man's face, while the gentleness in her beautiful eyes was like water that was about to drip down. The young man raised his head and gazed at the young woman, who was smiling gently. His heart was trembling, and then he slowly calmed down and said, "Shui Yao, Big Brother said that I would always protect you, so I'll always protect you." The young man smiled as well. Right. Why did I work so hard to survive? Now he finally understood. He was worried about the young woman before him, and he wanted to see her smile once more. Now that he had seen it, he could die with no regrets. If he could only live alone, he would of course choose Shui Yao. He had said that he would protect her. As he spoke, the young man slowly stood up and gently pulled out the blood-red spear. The sharp tip of the spear slowly approached his neck while his gaze was fixed on the young woman in front of him. He wanted to see the young woman's face more in his final moments. He wanted to remember the young woman's face forever. Slash! The sound of the spear piercing into flesh slowly rang out. Fresh blood dripped onto the bloody ground. At this moment, it seemed to have become tender and beautiful. The young man was stunned. His right hand was tightly held by a pair of small, fair hands. The blood-red spear had not pierced his neck, but had instead pierced through Shui Yao's abdomen. Just as the young man was about to die, Shui Yao suddenly grabbed his right hand and leaned her delicate body towards the tip of the blood-red spear. In the end, the blood-red spear pierced through Shui Yao's body. The young man, who was used to seeing blood, stared blankly at the blood flowing out of Shui Yao's body. The blood flowed along the spear and stained the young man's right hand. Looking at this scene, the young man could not help but think of the middle-aged man he had killed for the first time. That middle-aged man's blood had stained his hands for the first time. Today, the blood of the little sister he had always wanted to protect had also stained his hands. Big Brother. Finally, I'm no longer the one being protected. I've also protected you. Am I very powerful? Shui Yao held the blood-red spear. Her pretty face was devoid of color as she smiled at the young man with a tranquil and satisfied expression. Following the long spear, Shui Yao slowly walked towards the young man. A pool of blood had already gathered beneath her feet. At this moment, it was a poignant sight. Finally, Shui Yao stopped in front of the young man. Her blood-stained right hand gently pulled the young man into her embrace. She smiled softly and said, "Big Brother, live well." Then, the young man realized that Shui Yao's body was gradually turning cold. The weak breathing by his ear had also completely stopped at this moment. "Live well," the young man softly murmured. His hands also hugged Shui Yao's delicate body. 2 streams of blood flowed from his eyes. "Live well, live well." The young man continuously repeated this sentence. The grief on his face became even more intense. "Haha, well done. This is truly a tragedy for the human race. You've done well. We're very happy. You don't have to fight in the arena anymore. You're free now." Haha. On the high platform, all the demonic creatures stood up and cheered and jumped for joy. They had not expected the scene just now. They had not expected that the timid young girl, Shui Yao, would choose to end her life in such a way. However, it was precisely because they had not expected this that it gave the demonic creatures a great surprise. They were very satisfied and very happy that the young man had obtained his freedom. The young man gently laid Shui Yao flat on the ground. He looked up at the demonic creatures who were roaring with laughter on the high platform. He just watched quietly. At the same time, a blood-red energy surged out from the young man's body and surrounded him. "Freedom? You said you'll set me free?" The young man's lips suddenly curled into a mocking smile. Instantly, the blood-red energy became more and more intense. The blood-red energy adhered to the young man's body and turned into a blood-red armor. Rumble! The huge bloody earth in the arena suddenly trembled. Then, the blood that had accumulated in the bloody earth for many years swept out and turned into a monstrous sea of blood that surrounded the young man's body. Is that the power of the blood spear? Zhuowen, who had been watching from the side, could not help but exclaim when he saw the terrifying power that erupted from the young man's heart due to his grief and indignation. The demonic creatures' laughter gradually stopped. They looked down at the young man in the sea of blood with shock in their eyes. "How dare you? What are you trying to do?" Don't tell me that you dare to break the rules of the arena and attack us? The leading demonic creature's eyes were cold as he shouted loudly, "Die! All of you deserve to die!" The young man shouted. He stomped his foot and waved the blood spear in his hand. A boundless sea of blood gushed out and immediately engulfed the demon that had just spoken. With a miserable scream, the demon exploded into a cloud of blood mist in the sea of blood. It couldn't be more dead than this. What's going on? How did this young man suddenly become so terrifying? Seeing the demonic creature that had been killed in an instant, the other demonic creatures gasped and got up to leave the arena. "All of you, stay here and die." The young man roared angrily at the sky. The boundless sea of blood filled every corner of the arena. The demonic creatures on the high platform all exploded into a bloody mist in the sea of blood. They did not have the strength to resist at all. In an instant, the huge arena was empty. Only the young man was left standing in the middle of the arena. Dang, dang, dang. The young man came to Shui Yao's side and gently caressed her cheek. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "It's all my fault for realizing it too late. Shui Yao, I'm sorry. I'll always be by your side." Chapter 822. 3 years passed. Yuan stood quietly on the bloody soil as the endless sea of blood swept through. He looked at the two figures hugging each other tightly with a trace of sorrow in his eyes. The person he loved and wanted to protect the most had died in front of him. How sorrowful was that? Although Zhuowen could not understand the sorrow in the youth's heart, he could not help but be moved by this scene. These were the memories of the blood spear. Zhuowen also knew that the youth was probably the owner of the blood spear. It was just that the blood spear had presented this memory from 10,000 years ago to him. After Shui Yao's death, the owner of the blood spear, which was the young man, finally comprehended the blood spear aura after feeling extreme sorrow. The blood spear aura was very terrifying, as it mobilized the countless amounts of blood qi within the blood soil. Under this power, the demonic creatures were completely powerless to resist. The depth of love, the depth of sorrow. In extreme sorrow, he comprehended the Azura blood spear force. "This is my master's force. Do you understand?" A deep voice sounded as a figure walked out from the endless sea of blood. This figure had the appearance of the youth from before. The youth's eyes were scarlet red with a trace of sorrow. "You are the youth? You're not dead?" Zhuowen looked at the youth in front of him and asked hesitantly. The youth shook his head and said, "My master sank into the sea of blood with his lover 10,000 years ago. I am the blood spear's spear spirit. I really didn't expect that an ordinary spear would grow into a spear spirit in the midst of endless slaughter. This spear has probably reached the power of a heavenly soul treasure." Xiao Hei's voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind. There was a trace of ridicule in her voice. Zhuowen nodded, and there was a trace of admiration in his eyes. That youth from 10,000 years ago was indeed extraordinary. He was originally an ordinary youth without any cultivation, but he constantly grew through slaughter, and in the end, he even comprehended one of the grand forces of the world, the Azura blood spear. The spear's spirit glanced at Zhuowen indifferently and said, "Previously, Lord Shengzhen has already told me about you. You are indeed a genius at using the spear. Moreover, there seems to be a very powerful monster in the green coffin behind you. It actually absorbed the resentment I released. However, it is not that easy for you to comprehend the spear force. You have never experienced the extreme sorrow that my master experienced. It will be very difficult for you to comprehend the Azura blood spear force." The spear spirit shook his head as he said this. He did not seem to be optimistic about Zhuowen. Zhuowen also understood the spear spirit's words. The Azura blood spear force indeed required one to experience extremely tragic events before they could finally comprehend it. However, Zhuowen did not have such an experience. It was indeed very difficult for him to comprehend this spear force. "You showed me that memory just now. I'm afraid it was not for no reason, right?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. He did not believe that the memory that the spear spirit showed him was without any intention. That was why he asked this question. "You are very smart. I deliberately showed you that memory. In 10,000 years, You are the first existence to comprehend the spear essence to the peak. If you want to further comprehend the spear force, you undoubtedly have an excellent foundation. Moreover, the demonic creatures are about to invade this world. You must comprehend the Azura blood spear force. This is the true nemesis of the demonic creatures. It is even stronger than the Lord's life force. Zhuowen stepped forward and cupped his hands. Then what do I need to do to comprehend the Azura blood spear force? You have to experience everything that my master once went through. Enter my master's memory and experience his past experiences and spiritual journey. The spear spirit stared at Zhuowen. Suddenly, he stomped his foot and turned into a bloody shadow. He entered the space between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Then, Zhuowen only saw darkness in front of him. When he slowly opened his eyes, he discovered that he was in a pitch-black prison. Looking at the iron bars of the cage, Zhuowen discovered that beyond the iron bars was the blood arena. It was the same blood arena that he had just been through. He also found that his clothes had changed. He was only wearing animal skin shorts. His whole body was dirty, and he looked quite miserable. My body has become that young man. Looking at his clothes, Zhuowen found that he was the young man with the blood spear. Had he become that young man with the blood spear? Kill, kill, kill. Human animals, if you want to live, then kill each other at all costs. Ha! The monster's voice suddenly sounded. Then, the iron fence in front of Zhuowen was opened, and his body walked out without listening to the monster's instructions. He looked around helplessly. Zhuowen's eyes showed a hint of understanding. At first, he was watching everything that happened in the arena as a bystander. But now, the spear spirit had connected his sight with the young man's. The young man's sight also became Zhuowen's sight. At this moment, Zhuowen could not control his body at all. His eyes could only follow the young man constantly. He could even feel the young man's anxiety and uneasiness. Clang, clang, clang. Weapons of various shapes and sizes fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. Looking at the weapons in front of him, the young man was shocked. Zhuowen could feel the fear in the young man's body. This emotion made him a little nervous. Don't kill? If the 20 of you don't kill, all of you will die. If you kill each other, the winner can live. Only one person can live. Choose. Either all of you die, or only one person lives. The demon's voice sounded again. It was like thunder echoing in the sky above the bloody ground. Pitter, patter, patter. The bloody rain fell again, and it was getting heavier and heavier. The entire space was dyed red with blood. The young man trembled all over. Looking at the demons on the high wall, his heart was filled with fear. Good. Since you don't kill, I will kill all of you. The demon's voice became a little angry. It was about to attack. Hearing the demon's words, the young man trembled all over. A beautiful figure appeared in his mind. It was Shui Yao, his sister. He said that he would protect her. He could not die. Kill. The young man whimpered as he pulled out a long spear and stabbed it at the nearest middle-aged man. Blood splattered out. The blood that gushed out stained his hands and cheeks. In Zhuowen's perception, it was so real. He even saw the middle-aged man smile of relief. Suddenly, a sense of guilt rose in his heart. Just like that, Zhuowen experienced everything that the young man had gone through from the young man's perspective. It was a sad time. The young man's heart was filled with self-blame, guilt, and the desire to kill. These various negative emotions almost drove the young man crazy. However, every time he thought of Shui Yao's figure, the young man would grit his teeth and endure it. His belief that he could not die became even stronger. In the blood-red space, the sacred lord slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the figure in front of him who was enveloped by the blood-red spear inside. Protector Zhuo, there's only 1 year left. I hope that you can really comprehend spear force in this last year. With that, the sacred lord got up and left the space. There was only 1 year left. What he needed to do was not to continue waiting for Zhuowen to wake up. Instead, he needed to work on how to gather the strong humans to resist the invasion of the demonic creatures a year later. After returning to the Sacred Lord Mountain, the Sacred Lord no longer concealed the news of the demonic creatures' invasion. Instead, He instructed the elders to spread the news throughout Shenzhen. In an instant, all the disciples and elders of Shenzhen knew of this important news. Because of this news, Shenzhen fell into chaos. Fortunately, the sacred Lord had some means and calmed the chaos down. After the chaos subsided, many of the disciples and elders of Shenzhen knew of the seriousness of the demonic creature's invasion. Therefore, under the command of the sacred Lord, the protectors, and the 10 great elders, they began to prepare in an orderly manner. At the same time, Shenzhen sent out many teams to various cities in preparation to gather the strong people of the cities to Shenzhen to resist the demonic creatures that were about to arrive. The strong people of the cities did not refuse. They knew that Shenzhen was the final barrier against the demonic creatures. If Shenzhen collapsed, then their cities would cease to exist. Countless strong people scattered all over the place descended on Shenzhen. In an instant, the originally powerful Shenzhen became even more powerful due to the addition of these strong people from all over the place. The sacred Lord and some formation masters also set up an extremely powerful defensive formation in the mountain range where Shenzhen was located. Time passed by minute, and the atmosphere in Shenzhen became more and more solemn. This was because as time passed, the demonic creatures were getting closer and closer to them. 3 years had passed. On a cold morning, the sacred Lord, the left and right protectors, and the 10 great elders stood on the peak of the sacred Lord Mountain. They silently stared at an abyss that was a few thousand meters away from Shenzhen. On the surface of the abyss, there was a golden barrier. However, at this moment, the golden barrier had become increasingly dim, and it looked like it would shatter at any moment. This golden barrier was left behind by the Tsang dragon Taoist 10,000 years ago to suppress the demonic creatures that were hiding in the abyss. The golden barrier was indeed powerful, but unfortunately, it had been there for too long. 10,000 years had caused the seal to become even more fragile, like a candle in the wind. Although the Holy Lord wanted to repair this seal that had been left behind for 10,000 years, unfortunately, the principles of this seal were far too complex. Even the array formation grandmasters of the Holy Lord couldn't understand it, let alone repair it. This was also why the Holy Lord had decided to fight to the death. Today was the last day of the 3-year deadline. The seal could not hold on for much longer, and the demonic creatures would soon break out of the seal. It looks like Protector Zhua was unable to comprehend the spear force in the last year. It looks like we can only rely on us. Zhuowen did not come out today. The sacred Lord knew that Zhuowen had not succeeded in comprehending the spear force, and the disappointment in his heart was imaginable. Lord, sacred Lord, you even spent a lot of effort to help Zhuowen. In the end, that kid did not even comprehend the force of heaven and earth. He is simply a piece of trash. The left and right protectors' faces were somewhat ugly. Zhuowen had not come out yet, and they knew that it was basically impossible to rely on Zhuowen. They could not help but curse. Chapter 8:23. The demonic creatures break the seal rumble. The earth quaked, and the mountains shook, spreading throughout Shenzhen. Countless dark and terrifying figures surged out of the abyss and crashed into the golden barrier without any fear of death. These figures were covered in black scales and were more than 3 feet tall with horns on their heads. Weren't they the demonic creatures that Zhuowen had seen in Blood Spear's memories? The demonic creatures are coming out. Everyone, be careful. Take charge of the formations of your respective peaks. The holy leader's eyes narrowed as his loud voice spread throughout Shenzhen. The disciples and elders of Shenzhen on the other peaks, as well as the experts from the other cities who had rushed over, became nervous. Almost all the humans in this world knew about the demonic creatures from 10,000 years ago. They also knew how terrifying and powerful the demonic creatures were. Facing such a demonic creature today naturally made many people uneasy. Activate the 4 peaks formation. We can't let these demonic creatures break through Shenzhen's defenses. Otherwise, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. The holy leader roared as his hands quickly formed a seal. The left and right protectors and the 10 great elders behind him formed their own seals as well. Suddenly, a beam of light surged out of the Holy Leader Peak and shot into the sky. The moment the Holy Leader Peak's beam of light shot into the sky, the other disciple peaks, elder peaks, and trial peaks also shot into the sky. The 4 pillars of light were like pillars that pierced through the sky, breaking through the clouds. When the pillars of light reached the peak of the sky, they all exploded into countless brilliant lights, like fireworks, blooming magnificently in the sky. Countless rays of light fell from the sky like a meteor shower and finally surrounded the 4 peaks, forming 4 layers of light fences. Crack! The moment the 4 peaks formation was activated, the golden barrier above the abyss finally shattered under the attacks of countless demonic creatures. Then, countless demonic creatures surged into the sky like a swarm of locusts. We're out. We're finally out. After 10,000 years, the Moro tribe can finally see the light of day. I haven't eaten human flesh for so long that I've almost forgotten the taste of human flesh. Now that we're out, we must feast. Yes, you want to enslave humans and make them our entertainment? The abyss is far too boring. I'm going to have some fun this time. Ghostly wails and howls reverberated in the air above the abyss. These demonic creatures had been cooped up underground for too long. Now that they were able to come out, they would definitely wreak havoc on the surface. So many demons. Why are there so many? Within the Glory Sect, many of the Glory Sect disciples turned pale when they saw the demonic creatures breaking out of the seal. There were just too many demonic creatures coming out of the abyss. It was as if there was no end to them, covering the entire sky. Moreover, there was still a steady stream of demonic creatures rushing out of the abyss, and the number was still increasing. There are so many humans. Let's go and capture them alive. After walking out of the abyss, the monster floating in midair quickly noticed Shenzhen in front of it. Its crimson eyes emitted a bloodthirsty glow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Like a swarm of locusts, the demonic creatures rushed towards Shenzhen, causing many people in Shenzhen to tremble in fear. Everyone, don't be afraid. As long as the 4 peaks formation is maintained, these demonic creatures will not cause any harm to you. The Holy Lord's voice resounded in everyone's minds, causing many people to calm down inexplicably. Then, they methodically maintained the formation of their respective peaks. Boom, boom, boom. Countless demonic creatures blasted onto the outermost light fence of Shenzhen without mercy. Suddenly, the charging figures stopped abruptly in their tracks, and some even retreated pathetically. They actually have such a powerful formation? It seems that this group of humans is quite capable. Some of the demonic creatures at the front were basically blocked by the 4 peaks formation. Seeing this scene, the people in the peaks heaved a sigh of relief. After seeing so many demonic creatures coming out, they were not confident in the 4 peaks formation. Now, it seemed that their worries were unnecessary. Bang, bang, bang. The demonic creatures that were blocked outside roared angrily. Some of them refused to believe it and blasted the light fence over and over again, causing the 4 peaks formation to shake violently. These demonic creatures have strong physical bodies. Looking at the demonic creatures that were constantly smashing their bodies against the 4 peaks formation, the people in the 4 peaks formation were shocked. These demonic creatures were crazy. A cold snort sounded. The Sacred Master on the Sacred Master Mountain took a step forward and soared into the sky. Like a blazing sun, a light burst forth. He had actually used the Great Light Force. At this moment, the holy light filled the entire 4 peaks formation and covered the surface of the formation. The moment the Sacred Lord unleashed the light force, the demonic creatures closest to the array shrieked miserably. Then, they were completely annihilated by the light force. Light force. Damn it. A human has actually comprehended the light force of heaven and earth. After seeing the first batch of demonic creatures disappear, the next batch of demonic creatures stopped in midair. They did not dare to move forward. Instead, they stared fearfully at the dazzling light on the Four Peaks Formation. The grand momentum of heaven and earth was extremely effective against the Moro tribe. The grand momentum of light was a kind of grand momentum of heaven and earth. Although it wasn't a particularly powerful momentum, it was a piece of cake for it to deal with small fries like them. Retreat. This great momentum of light isn't something we can resist. The demonic creatures at the back screamed and quickly retreated. They wanted to avoid the power of the light force. Unfortunately, the speed of the light force was too fast. It was so fast that the demonic creatures despaired. Another series of miserable shrieks rang out, and the group of demonic creatures behind them were also annihilated into ashes by the power of the momentum of light. In just a moment, a quarter of the demonic creatures that rushed out of the abyss were annihilated by the light force. The remaining demonic creatures did not dare to approach Shenzhen. They stared from afar, their faces full of fear. Long live the Holy Lord. It looks like we're going to win this time. These demonic creatures aren't much. Under the Holy Lord's power, they can't even withstand a single blow. Yes, with the Holy Lord here. So what if these demonic creatures break the seal? Aren't they still living targets? Many people in Shenzhen cheered. The Holy Lord's action of annihilating 1/5 of the demonic creatures in an instant was a great encouragement to them. However, the Holy Lord was not the least bit excited. Instead, he frowned. As the master of Shenzhen, he knew more about the demonic creatures than the average person. He knew very well that these demonic creatures were just small fries. The true powerhouses of the Moro tribe had yet to appear. Rumble. Suddenly, an even more violent tremor spread from the abyss. Then, countless black mist gushed out of the abyss like a hurricane. A demonic figure that was thousands of feet tall stepped out from the abyss. This was a true demonic body. The figure was thousands of feet tall and almost covered the sky. It stood in the air above the abyss and was even taller than the Four Peaks. King, you're finally here. Please lead us to conquer these humans. The remaining demonic creatures all knelt on the ground and bowed to the Demon King who had just appeared. A gust of wind blew, and the Demon King's black cloak fluttered in the wind. His eyes were almost completely black, making him look exceptionally eerie. His gaze focused on the Four Peaks Formation in front of him. Then, he looked down and saw the Holy Lord standing on the Holy Lord's peak. It looks like you humans have been developing well for the past 10,000 years. You've actually been able to produce so many humans. Very well, the Moro tribe will gladly accept such a large number of slaves. As he spoke, the Demon King took a step forward and crossed 1,000 miles in a single step. He arrived in front of the Four Peaks Formation. He stretched out his right hand, and a black spear formed at his palm. Boom! The Demon King did not hold back at all. The black spear was like an arrow that left the bow, slamming heavily onto the Four Peaks Grand Array. Then, a violent tremor rang out. Everyone was shocked to discover that the surface of the Four Peaks Grand Array had actually started to crack. Light! The Holy Lord roared angrily and turned into a beam of light that shot toward the Demon King. An intense light rushed toward the Demon King like a tsunami, wanting to completely destroy the Demon King under the power of the grand momentum of light. Grand momentum of light? It looks like you're quite talented to be able to comprehend the grand momentum of light. Unfortunately, the grand momentum of light's energy level is too low. It's completely ineffective against me. The Demon King's voice was cold and indifferent. He waved his right hand, and the black spear whistled as it slammed into the boundless sea of light. Instantly, the sea of light was shattered by the black spear. Your formation will also be broken by me. You humans will become slaves again, and the Moro tribe will become the true masters of this world. The sea of light shattered. The Demon King no longer held back. He swung his black spear, and an endless demonic aura swept out. The black spear expanded several times in size, and its power became extremely terrifying. Break for me! With a loud roar, the black spear once again slammed into the Four Peaks Formation. With a cracking sound, the cracks on the Four Peaks Formation's surface grew larger and larger. Finally, The formation spread and shattered. The formation has been broken. Children, go. Kill to your heart's content and kill all of these humans. The Demon King roared and took a huge step forward, directly heading toward the Holy Lord. He knew that the Holy Lord was the leader of the human race. If he killed the Holy Lord, the human race would lose its pillar of support and be more easily controlled by the Moro tribe. Therefore, the Holy Lord had to die. Kill. This damned formation has finally been broken. Let's go and have a taste of human flesh. Countless demonic creatures behind the Demon King released a bloodthirsty and greedy light from their eyes. They turned into shadows and rushed toward the 4 peaks of Shenzhen, killing any human they saw. Instantly, the experts of Shenzhen and the demonic creatures collided. For a moment, the battle was difficult to end. Chapter 824. Demon King. The overwhelming number of demonic creatures was like a dark cloud. As they descended, the sky above Glory's sect was dyed in a terrifying pitch-black color. The Disciples' Peak, Elders' Peak, and Trial Peak had the most cultivators. They raised their heads and looked at the sky full of demonic creatures with a trace of fear in their eyes. Those who are not of our race will be killed no matter how far away they are. We humans can no longer be slaves to these demonic creatures like we were 10,000 years ago. The sacred leader roared. Blazing light burst out from his body and turned into thousands of light rays that shot into the bodies of the other martial artists on the peak. Their bodies lit up with dazzling light as well. Light force. The sacred leader has used his own light force on us. We don't have to be afraid of these demonic creatures. Kill. We humans will not relive the dark era from 10,000 years ago. This era should be led by us humans. After the light force was used on them, everyone in Shenzhen roared and charged at the demonic creatures in the sky without any regard for their own safety. After all, the light force was the force of heaven and earth. Although there was only a trace of it, it was still extremely powerful in restraining the demonic creatures. Many of the sage sect warriors who had been suppressed now had a tendency to counterattack. You're giving your light force to other humans? How foolish. The Demon King stood quietly in front of the sacred leader's peak. He looked indifferently at everything that was happening around him with a mocking smile. The sacred leader's actions were obviously foolish. By giving away his life force, the sacred leader's strength would drop significantly. How would he be able to fight against the Demon King then? Don't worry. Left and right guardians, form the 10 directions soul, killing array, and support me. The sacred leader's face was slightly pale. He whispered to the left and right guardians behind him. Golden light burst out from his body as he charged at the Demon King. The left and right protectors nodded. They also knew the urgency of the situation, so they hurriedly commanded the 10 elders to transform into 10 streaks of light and stand in 10 different directions around the Demon King. They formed hand seals and used the 10 directional soul slaughter formation that had trapped Zhuo Wen before. At the same time, the left and right guardians were not to be outdone. The 2 of them stood above the 10 direction soul killing array. Countless amounts of energy converged to form a constantly rotating red and blue disk. A bunch of trash dares to stop this king. The Devil King snorted coldly. His huge body moved and turned into a dark shadow. He swung the huge black spear in his hand. With endless devil aura, the spear blasted on the Shifang's soul-killing formation with a loud explosion. Kacha! In an instant, the terrifyingly powerful 10-direction soul-killing formation actually collapsed completely. The 10 great elders flew out at the same time, vomiting blood, and their figures were in a sorry state. Heaven and earth disk, only I am supreme. The moment the 10 directional souls killing formation was broken, the red and blue discs of the left and right guardians arrived one after another. They pressed down fiercely, trying to crush the Demon King to death. Petty tricks. The Demon King snorted coldly. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed the red and blue disc. Then, he exerted force and crushed the red and blue disc. Light! While the Demon King was dealing with the 10 directional souls killing formation and the red and blue disc, the Holy Lord made his move. His entire body shone brightly, and 2 extremely large light swords appeared in his hands. He instantly closed in on the Demon King and quickly slashed his chest twice. Pissed. The Demon King couldn't help but take a few steps back. He lowered his head and looked at the wounds on his chest that were slashed by the light swords. A trace of anger flashed in his dark eyes. "Human, I want you to die a horrible death." With that, the Demon King roared. Endless black aura swept out, and a cold black armor gradually appeared on the Demon King's body. Kill! In an instant, the Demon King rushed toward the sacred leader. The huge spear in his hand danced, making whooshing sounds. Like a venomous snake, it sealed the vital parts of the sacred leader's body at tricky angles. Shield of light. The sacred leader was shocked and furious. He roared angrily. Suddenly, countless rays of light swept out and turned into a tortoise-shell-like shield of light around him. Ding! The huge black spear collided with the shield of light, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. Then, the spear collapsed inch by inch. The shield of light couldn't even hold on for a moment. Puffed. The sacred leader spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew backward, and he looked extremely dispirited. "Huh, the leader of the humans is only SOSO. Let me kill you first, then I'll turn all the other humans into slaves of the Moro clan." "Huh." The Demon King stomped his foot and charged toward the sacred leader, who was retreating continuously. He wanted to take advantage of the situation and kill the sacred leader. Protect the sacred leader. The left and right protectors' expressions changed greatly. They turned into 2 rays of light and charged toward the Demon King. They wanted to stop the Demon King from charging toward the sacred leader. 2 lowly ants. The Demon King attacked indifferently. He swung his long spear, and instantly, a terrifying black aura filled the entire area. The left and right protectors screamed in agony as they were completely corroded into nothingness by the strange black aura. "We swear to protect the sacred leader." The 10 great elders' eyes were filled with determination. They also charged toward the Demon King from afar like moths to a flame. "Oomph. You have a death wish." The Demon King was a little impatient. With a wave of his spear, a terrifying spear chi spread across half the sky. Under this terrifying spear chi, the 10 great elders exploded into clouds of blood mist. They couldn't be more dead. The left and right protectors and the 10 great elders are all dead. The rest of the warriors who were fighting in Shenzhen turned pale with fright when they saw this scene. In Shenzhen, the left and right protectors and the 10 great elders, whose strength was second only to the sacred leader, had died in front of them. Furthermore, the sacred leader had been severely injured by the Demon King and looked dispirited. This scene caused many people in Shenzhen to feel despair. They knew that if the sacred leader was no match for the Demon King, then the human clan would truly be finished. Just a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs. The Demon King laughed complacently. He stomped his foot and instantly appeared above the sacred leader. He waved his right hand, intending to capture the sacred leader alive. Light! The sacred leader had become extremely weak at this moment, especially when he saw the left and right protectors and the 10 great elders die in front of him. His eyes were filled with grief and indignation. Even if he was severely injured, he still intended to fight the Demon King to the death. "You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. You still dare to oppose me. You really don't know what death is." The Demon King sneered. Countless demonic chi gushed out his right hand and instantly annihilated the sacred leader's light. The demonic chi rolled and enveloped the sacred leader, turning him into a black cage. Holding the black cage, the Demon King looked down at the other warriors in Shenzhen and laughed. "Even your human clan's leader has been captured by me. Why don't you all surrender?" The sacred leader was too weak at this moment. The light that was supporting the warriors in Shenzhen suddenly disappeared. Without the support of the light, The warriors in Shenzhen were immediately suppressed by the demonic creatures. After a while, they were all defeated. Some were captured alive, while others were killed mercilessly. Inside the black cage, the sacred leader seemed to have aged a lot. Seeing the warriors in Shenzhen being corroded by the demonic creatures, he knew that the human clan was finished. He was afraid that this world would really be controlled by the demonic creatures in the future, and the human clan would be enslaved by the demonic creatures again. Children, search to your heart's content. This Shenzhen is the ruler of the human clan. There must be a lot of good things inside. Don't be shy. Take everything you can. Also, if there are any disobedient humans, kill them. Don't be shy. The Demon King held the black cage that trapped the sacred leader and looked down at the Shenzhen's environment. With a flick of his finger, countless black lights appeared and trapped all the warriors in the Shenzhen in the black cage. Thank you, my king. The demonic creatures shouted in unison. After controlling all the warriors in Shenzhen, they searched the Shenzhen unscrupulously. Most of the demonic creatures went to the sacred leader mountain. They all rushed into the main hall where the sacred leader lived and rummaged through it without hesitation. Inside the cage, the sacred leader looked at the demonic creature's behavior, and his face turned ugly. However, he was helpless. He was now a prisoner. Although he wanted to stop them, he was powerless. The demonic creatures that entered the main hall had red eyes, full of anticipation. After all, this was the residence of a human clan's leader. There must be a lot of good things inside. I smell the scent of humans inside. There seems to be humans in this main hall. A demonic creature with a large nose sniffed the air and muttered in a muffled voice. Then, the demonic creature looked around cautiously. When it found that its companions did not notice its abnormality, it tiptoed and followed the scent into the depths of the main hall. After turning through many rooms and corridors, the demonic creature finally arrived at the deepest part of the main hall. There was a dark cave that should lead to the underground. The scent of humans is the strongest here. It seems that the human should be underground. Then I won't be polite. This human is mine. The demonic creature laughed sinisterly and jumped into the cave. After reaching the bottom, the demonic creature cautiously looked around and found that there was a wide blood-red space in front of it. In the center of the blood-red space, a blood spear was quietly inserted into the blood-red ground. Beside the blood spear, a young man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, as if he was comprehending something. I didn't expect that there would be a human hiding in this secret place. The demonic creature stared at the young man in the blood-red space with blazing eyes. With a step, it turned into a shadow and rushed toward the young man. Just as the demonic creature's ferocious claws were inches away from the young man suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes had become incomparably blood-red and looked very demonic. A line of blood tears flowed down from the young man's eyes. Then, a terrifying blood-red aura burst out from the young man's body. In an instant, the young man's body turned into a terrifying sea of blood. The demonic creature was instantly engulfed by the sea of blood. Without even a groan, it exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Sacrifice for a righteous cause, bathed in blood and transformed into an Azura. Is this the power of the Azura blood spear? Chapter 8:25. Sacrificing oneself for a righteous cause. Transforming into Azura, countless seas of blood were like hurricanes as they swept across the sky behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen was like a hellish Azura standing below the sea of blood. Over the past 2 years, Zhuowen had been using the identity of that youth to replay the tragic events that had happened back then. He felt the grief and indignation in that youth's heart, as well as the unwillingness of having his life and death controlled by someone else. At that moment, Zhuowen could even feel that he was no longer himself, but that youth. In the end, when the youth saw Shui Yao die in front of him, his heart trembled. Zhuowen's heart trembled. It was also at this moment that tears of blood flowed out from his eyes. He had truly comprehended the Azura blood spear that the youth had comprehended. Furthermore, in these 2 years, Zhuowen's cultivation had also been constantly growing and transforming. He had risen from the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm to the peak of the Xuanzuan realm, sacrificing oneself for a righteous cause, transforming into a Jura. Zhuowen murmured in a low voice as he stomped his foot. Countless seas of blood surged, and immediately, the entire blood-red space began to collapse under the raging seas of blood. Just now, a demonic creature actually broke into this place. It looks like the 3 years are up. Have those demonic creatures already invaded Shenzhen? With that, Zhuowen shot towards the ground with the sea of blood and the blood spear in his hand. His speed soared to the limit. At this moment, an atmosphere of despair gradually spread throughout Shenzhen. All the cultivators of Shenzhen had basically been trapped in a black cage by the Demon King. Even the Holy Lord could not escape this fate. In particular, the disciples and elders of Shenzhen were filled with indignation when they saw those ugly demonic creatures constantly destroying and desecrating the 4 peaks of Shenzhen. After all, Shenzhen was the holy land of martial arts in their hearts. Now, not only had it been taken down by the demonic creatures, but it had also been ruined by them. How could they be happy? In the black cage, a young woman looked at the demonic creatures that were wreaking havoc in Shenzhen with a complicated gaze. She gritted her teeth, and her body trembled. This woman was Yao Shuling, the one who had brought Zhuowen to the training peak. At this moment, Yao Shuling's beautiful eyes were filled with sorrow. She had lived with her elder brother in Shenzhen since she was young. It could be said that Shenzhen was her home. But now, her sacred home was ruined by these ugly monsters. Yao Shuling felt extremely uncomfortable. Are we, the human race, really going to become the slaves of these demonic creatures like 10,000 years ago? A hand gently patted Yao Shuling's shoulder. The dispirited Yao Yin came to Yao Shuling's side and sighed softly. That Demon King is too strong. Even a holy master is no match for it. I'm afraid that we, the human race, will not be able to escape the fate of being enslaved. Yao Yan's face was gloomy and his eyes were lifeless. The despair in his heart was even greater than Yao Shuling's. After the Holy Master was defeated by the Demon King, he knew that the human race did not have much hope. Brother, do you think that Zhuowen can defeat that Demon King? Yao Shuling was very unwilling. She could not help but think of the unruly and arrogant young man from 3 years ago. That young man had once charged into Shenzhen alone and defeated the 10 great elders and the left and right protectors. Even the Holy Master regarded him with great importance and gave him the position of great protector. Zhuowen's strength had long been ingrained in Yao Shuling's heart. Yao Shuling did not know when, but the feeling that the young man would not be defeated had risen in her heart. Although this feeling was a little absurd, Yao Shuling did not know why, but she firmly believed in it. In her heart, the strong young man had left a deep impression on her. It was so deep that she believed that he would not be defeated. Yao Yin smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although Protector Zhua is strong, I'm afraid that he is still weaker than the Holy Master. Even the Holy Master was no match for the Demon King. I'm afraid that Protector Zhua will not be a match for him either. Furthermore, in these 3 years, Protector Zhua has not appeared in Shenzhen. I'm afraid that he received the news in advance and fled. After all, because of the demonic seal, Shenzhen is not safe. Yao Shuling shook her head. Her beautiful eyes were filled with determination as she said, "No, I believe that Protector Zhua is not the kind of person who would shrink back." Looking at Yao Shuling's hopeful look, Yao Yin did not refute. He only shook his head. If he was Zhuowen, he would not get involved in this muddy water. After all, the gains would not make up for the losses. Just as everyone was at their most desperate, a violent tremor suddenly came from the bottom of the Holy Master Peak. Then, the Holy Master Peak, which had stood tall and upright, completely collapsed under everyone's shocked gazes. Ah! 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 Mournful screams rang out incessantly. The demonic creatures that had tried to enter the Holy Master Peak to search let out blood-curdling screams. Then, they mysteriously exploded into clouds of blood mist. What's going on? Why did the Holy Master Peak suddenly collapse? Everyone within Glory's sect looked at the collapsed Saint Master Peak with bewilderment. This was especially the case when they caught sight of the demonic creatures that had exploded into a bloody mist. Their bewilderment was even thicker. The Demon King narrowed his eyes. Naturally, he had also noticed the strange state of the Holy Master Peak. In contrast, the eyes of the Holy Master, who was trapped in the cage, flickered. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the Holy Master Peak collapsed, a monstrous sea of blood gushed out from the bottom of the Holy Master Peak. It was endless and almost covered the sky above the Holy Master Peak. In the sea of blood, a tall and straight young man, holding a blood spear, stepped on the sea of blood and walked into the sky. Seeing the young man who had suddenly appeared, many people in Shenzhen were puzzled. They had never seen this young man in Shenzhen before. This is the Great Protector. 2 years ago, the Holy Master and the Great Protector went to the Holy Master Peak. I saw the Great Protector's face. It's him. What? He's actually our Shenzhen's Great Protector? It said that the Great Protector is about 20 years old. Seeing him today, he's really young. The Great Protector is so young. I'm afraid he's not very strong. Coming out to face the Demon King now is simply courting death. Originally, Zhuan's appearance had aroused many people's hope. However, after recognizing Zhuan's identity, many people revealed looks of despair once again. Rumors about the Great Protector had been spread all over Shenzhen. Everyone guessed that the Great Protector was related to the Holy Master. That was why he had been given the position of Great Protector at such a young age. As for the rumor that Zhuan had relied on his own strength to obtain the position of Great Protector, no one in Shenzhen believed it. Therefore, they didn't have much hope for Zhuan. Their gazes were still apathetic. The one who had rushed out at this moment was naturally Zhuan. Naturally, Zhuan hadn't heard the comments of some people in Shenzhen. Even if he had heard them, he wouldn't have cared too much. I really didn't expect that there would be a fish that escaped the net in Shenzhen. Children, I'll leave this person to you. You can do whatever you want with him. The Demon King glanced indifferently at Zhuan. He didn't care. After all, this human in front of him was too young. He probably wasn't very strong. Kiki, thank you for your reward, my king. As soon as the Demon King said this, the numerous demonic creatures behind him laughed eerily. Their red eyes were fixed on Zhuan, as if they were staring at a delicious meal. Kill this kid. I want to savor the taste of his flesh. Whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of demonic creatures fought to be the first to pounce on Zhuan with sharp cries. Every one of them spoke without the slightest scruple, as if Zhuan was already in their pockets. You want to taste my flesh? Then you can have a try. Zhuan was expressionless. He swung the blood spear in his hand. Countless blood seas shrouded the demonic creatures that were pouncing on him. Puffed, puffed. Suddenly, the thousands of demonic creatures that were pouncing on him exploded into clouds of blood mist under the erosion of the blood seas. These clouds of blood mist were absorbed by the blood seas, making the power of the blood seas even more terrifying. What? Killing thousands of demonic creatures with a single spear? The Great Guardian is actually so strong? Looking at this scene, the sage sect martial artists who were originally in despair were all dumbfounded at this moment. Immediately, their eyes lit up again. Azura Blood Spear Force? The Demon King's voice was low. Its pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the blood seas around Zhuan. Its gaze became extremely serious. The moment Zhuan used the blood seas, it recognized that the force of heaven and earth that Zhuan had mastered was the Azura Blood Spear Force. The Azura Blood Spear Force was much more powerful than the Divine Lord's Force of Light. It was filled with killing intent. Even for demonic creatures that killed without batting an eye, the Azura Blood Spear Force was an extremely terrifying existence. 10,000 years ago, there was a human who comprehended this terrifying force of heaven and earth. He transformed into an Azura and slaughtered countless demonic creatures. If that human hadn't had the will to die, the demonic creatures would have suffered even greater losses. You are the king of demonic creatures? Zhuan held the spear in his right hand. His eyes were blood red as he coldly stared at the Demon King that was over 10,000 feet tall. Human, there is no benefit in opposing the Moro tribe. Submit to the Moro tribe, and I will make you the king of Moro. Your status will be equal to mine. The Demon King stared at Zhuowen with some apprehension. Its voice was low and hoarse. Didn't you want to enslave us humans? Why are you trying to recruit me now? Zhuowen sneered. In his heart, he gained a new understanding of the Azura Blood Spear Force. Even the Demon King was wary of this force of Spear Force. It seemed that it was indeed extraordinary. If I make you the king of humans, all humans will listen to you. You can even toy with them however you want. Don't you humans like the feeling of controlling the lives of others? The Demon King said patiently. On the other hand, Zhuowen's expression became even colder. This Demon King was indeed treating humans like livestock. He could even say such words in such a matter-of-fact manner. Right now, I'm only interested in your life. Kill. With that, Zhuowen stomped his foot. The blood spear in his hand swept through the blood sea and shot straight towards the Demon King. Chapter 8:26. Leaving the first heaven, the Demon King flew into a rage out of humiliation. The human in front of him was really asking for it. As he spoke, the Demon King stomped his foot and swung the black spear in his hand. Monstrous demonic chi surged out and swept towards Zhuowen, wanting to drown him completely. Zhuowen was not afraid. The blood spear in his hand shot out and turned into a sea of blood. It formed a blood-red vortex in the air and smashed into the demonic chi. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent explosion. The sky above Shenzhen was divided by the sea of blood and the demonic chi. They seemed to be facing each other, occupying half of the sky. What a terrifying attack. The Great Guardian is so powerful. He actually blocked the Demon King's attack. Looking at the terrifying demonic chi and sea of blood in the sky, the people of Shenzhen were shocked. They originally thought that Zhuowen was not very strong at such a young age, so they did not have much hope for Zhuowen. But now, after seeing the strength that Zhuowen used to fight the Demon King head-on, everyone's opinion of him changed. It is indeed the Azura Blood Spear. Guardian Zhua did not disappoint me. He actually managed to comprehend it. The Sacred Lord's eyes shone brightly in the black cage. He was pleasantly surprised. The Azura Blood Spear was one of the most terrifying forces of heaven and earth. It was many times stronger than his life force. In addition, the forces of heaven and earth had an extremely strong suppressive effect on the Moro tribe. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was not as strong as the Sacred Lord's, with the Azura Blood Spear, Zhuowen was not afraid of the Demon King at all. Demonic Shadow World. The Demon King roared and demonic chi surged out. It was like a dark cloud that covered the sky behind him. Then, terrifying black shadows flashed out from the dark cloud and rushed towards Zhuowen. Azura, transformation, Zhuowen said coldly. The sea of blood shrouded him and turned into a blood shadow that was almost 1,000 feet tall. Boom, boom, boom. The blood shadow took a step forward and pressed down with its huge arm. The powerful force was able to tear the surrounding space apart. For a moment, the Demon King's demonic shadow world was blocked. You have some skills, but let's see if you can block my attack. Seeing the demonic shadow world being blocked, the Demon King was not too much. He took a step forward in his right hand, the Demon King's shadow world. Then his right hand that was the size of small hill. Mountain and mountain, smashing towards Zhuowen. 3 pairs of lightning wings unfurled, and Zhuo Wenhua turned into a lightning shadow, instantly dodging the Demon King's attack. Demon King World Shenzhen. Xing Shenzhen. Of Shenzhen. Zhuowen of Shenzhen. Of Shenglu Sha Shou. Shenzhen Sh Shenzhen. Shengs of Zhua. Of Shenzhen's. Lin Cunning Human. Do you only know how to hide? The Demon King shouted angrily. Of course not. A lightning shadow flashed past. 100 meters away, Zhuowen stared at the Demon King. He smiled and said, "Since you want to fight so much, I'll fight with you." Great Sun Nirvana Law. As he spoke, Zhuowen's entire body burst out in a golden radiance, transforming into 4 heads and 8 arms. His entire body was as dazzling as the blazing sun. At the same time, each of his 8 arms held 8 long spears that glinted with a cold light. I'd like to see if you can block the Azura blood spear with 8 times the power. With a shout, Zhuowen took a step forward. Instead of retreating, he rushed towards the Demon King. The Azura blood spear's power erupted. An endless sea of blood gushed out and surrounded Zhuowen, forming 8 terrifying blood sea vortexes. What? How did this human's spear power suddenly become so strong? Sensing the sudden change in Zhuowen's form and the sudden increase in power of the spear, the Demon King was stunned. Maybe it's just a bluff. Watch me kill this kid. Demon beheading. The Devil King narrowed his eyes and roared angrily. Endless demonic chi surged out and turned into a huge black blade that was several hundred feet long in his hand. On the black blade, a group of demons danced, wailed, and howled. It looked eerie and terrifying. Break for me, Zhuowen roared angrily. His 8 arms slammed down. The 8 Azura blood spears' power completely erupted. The blood-red vortex almost soared into the sky like a bridge connecting heaven and earth. It looked extremely spectacular. How terrifying! Looking at the huge, blood-red vortex that spanned across heaven and earth, whether it was the warriors of Shenzhen or the surviving demons, they were all shocked. Their hearts trembled involuntarily because of this terrifying power. They couldn't imagine that a human could exert such terrifying power. Kacha! The black blade collided with the blood-red vortex, and its forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. Then, countless cracks appeared on its surface, and these cracks continued to spread. In the end, it was all shattered into countless black powder. The Demon King was stunned. Countless demons were stunned. Even the warriors of Shenzhen were stunned. The Demon King's all-out attack was easily broken when it collided with Zhuowen. Die for me. Once the black blade was broken, Zhuowen did not hesitate. The 8 spears slammed down on the Demon King's head. A mournful scream sounded. The Demon King's huge body was gradually being devoured by the blood-red vortex. It exploded into clouds of blood mist. The scream did not last long. Then, the Demon King's huge body completely turned into a rain of blood in the blood-red vortex. The Demon King of a generation was killed by a human. Everyone's eyes became numb. Under the rain of blood, the figure that was silently suspended in mid-air was forever imprinted in the depths of everyone's hearts. Perhaps many years later, this figure would not be forgotten. This was because what this figure did today shook the entire first layer of heaven and earth. He killed the Demon King of a generation, saved the entire Shenzhen, and even the living beings of this world. At the same time, the black cages on the warriors of Shenzhen disappeared. These cages were formed by the Demon King's demonic aura. Since the Demon King was dead, it naturally could not exist. Brother, it's Zhuowen. He did it. He killed the Demon King and saved us. Yao Shuling suddenly jumped up. Her beautiful eyes stared at Zhuowen's back. Her heart was beating like a fawn, and a rare blush appeared on her beautiful cheeks. Zhuowen was young, but his strength was also very strong. Now he had suddenly risen to the top, killed the Demon King, and saved the human race. Yao Shuling was at the age where she was yearning for love. How could she not be moved by such a young talent? Great Guardian! Great Guardian! After the shock, countless warriors of Shenzhen roared toward the sky. They were crazy and excited. They originally thought that they would die and be enslaved by the demonic creatures again. But now, Zhuowen appeared and killed the Demon King. How could they not cheer? At this moment, everyone stared at the figure in awe. There was no longer any contempt in their hearts. There was only reverence and fanaticism. With the death of the Demon King, the remaining demonic creatures were basically no longer a threat. They were wiped out one by the warriors of Shenzhen. So, a light flashed, and the sacred lord arrived in front of Zhuowen. He looked at the young man in front of him, his eyes filled with many indescribable emotions. There was excitement, complexity, and happiness. Guardian Zhuo, you have made a great contribution this time. On behalf of the human race, I would like to express my deep respect for you." The sacred lord bowed and said with great sincerity. Zhuowen helped the sacred lord up and smiled. "I should be the one saying these words. If it weren't for the sacred lord bringing me to the land of the blood spear and helping me explain the general trend of the world, I, Zhuowen, would not have been able to comprehend the Azura blood spear's potential so quickly." The sacred lord firmly shook his head. "That was only a support. It was all because of you, Guardian Zhua. If your perception was not strong, you would not have been able to comprehend the spear's potential in such a short time. It was you who saved the human race and gave us a future. You are worthy of this thank you." Seeing that the sacred lord was so determined, Zhuowen did not refuse, because he would soon be leaving the first layer of the world. After he killed the Demon King, Taoist Master Songlong's words rang in his mind: "Successfully comprehend the general trend of the world and kill the Demon King. Within 10 breaths, you will be teleported out of the first layer of the world." In other words, Zhuowen only had 10 breaths of time left. After 10 breaths, he would be teleported out of this world by Taoist Master Song Long So. 2 more figures came to Zhuowen's side. They were Yao Shuling and Yao Yin. Yao Shuling had a shy expression on her face. She was like a little girl, secretly sizing up Zhuowen. The corners of her mouth could not help but reveal a secret smile. Yao Yin looked at the young man in front of him with a complicated expression. He never thought that the unruly young man would become so terrifying 3 years later. Even the Demon King was killed by him and saved the entire human race. "Protector Zhua, I never thought that you would be so powerful. Did I misjudge you before?" Yao Shuling seemed to have gathered her courage. Her beautiful eyes looked straight at Zhuowen as she spoke softly. Zhuowen could also see the strange expression on Yao Shuling's face. His eyes flickered as he said, "All of this is thanks to the sacred lord. Otherwise, my strength would not have increased so quickly. All right, it's time for me to go." "Go? Where are you going?" Hearing this, Yao Shuling suddenly asked in a somewhat panicked manner. Her pretty face was a little pale. "To where I should go." Zhuowen was not from this world after all. Now that 10 breaths of time was up, Taoist Master Songlong's power had begun to summon him. Boom! A strong beam of light pierced through the sky and suddenly descended from the sky. It immediately enveloped Zhuowen. A strong suction force came from within, causing Zhuowen to slowly fly up into the sky. Looking at the beam of light that had suddenly descended, as well as the young man who was continuously rising in the beam of light, everyone was stunned. "Protector Zhua?" The sacred lord roared angrily. He stomped his foot and tried to pull Zhuowen back. Unfortunately, the moment his right hand reached into the beam of light, a terrifying force exploded. The sacred lord immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Looking at the sacred lord who was sent flying and spitting out blood, everyone's eyes narrowed. What a terrifying beam of light. Even the sacred lord was injured when he touched it. Chapter 8:27. Divine Sun Cauldron. When the pillar of light disappeared, even Zhuowen's figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight. For a moment, the entire Shenzhen became incomparably silent. What's going on? That pillar of light descended from the sky, and then the great protector disappeared, just like that? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. The scene just now was truly inconceivable. However, they had no more reasonable explanation and could only remain silent. The sacred leader slowly stood up with the help of a few Shenzhen elders. He raised his head and looked at Zhuowen's figure that had already disappeared. His eyes were filled with shock. That pillar of light was too terrifying. He had only come into contact with it for a moment, but he had been injured and reduced to such a sorry state. Where did Protector Zhuo come from? Could it be that he's not from this world at all? The sacred leader's gaze was complicated. He suddenly remembered that Zhuowen's origins had been a mystery from the moment he appeared. After all, Zhuowen was so young, but his own strength was so terrifying. If he was a human from this world, then, as the sacred leader of Shenzhen, it was impossible for him not to know. However, Zhuowen seemed to have appeared out of nowhere and appeared in Shenzhen. Then, he was taken away by a pillar of light that descended from the sky. These various phenomena made the sacred leader suspect that Zhuowen might not be from this world at all. Perhaps Protector Zhuo is a powerhouse from the same world as the Taoist who rode the pale, white dragon 10,000 years ago. He muttered softly. Zhuowen's appearance was too sudden, and the strength he displayed was also extremely shocking. The sacred leader could not help but associate Zhuowen with the Taoist Song Long from 10,000 years ago. Both of them were equally mysterious, and at the same time, they had saved the human race. The light gradually faded, and Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. He realized that he was no longer in Shenzhen, but in an extremely grand hall. This hall was extremely large, and above it was a domed dome. The surface of the dome was dotted with countless stars, and it looked mysterious and distant. At the foot of the hall, there were countless clouds and mist spreading out. Congratulations, tester! You've passed the first layer of the Azure Dragon Hall. A grand voice resounded throughout the entire Great Hall. Zhuowen recognized at the moment he heard it. Wasn't this the voice of Taoist Song Long? I've passed the first layer of the world. This Taoist Song Long should at least show some interest. Zhuowen muttered in his heart. This layer of heaven and earth was both difficult and simple. After all, as long as one could comprehend the power of heaven and earth within 3 years, it would be enough to deal with the invasion of the demonic beasts. This was because the power of heaven and earth was very effective against the demonic beasts. If Zhuowen hadn't comprehended the power of the Azure Blood Spear, it would have been difficult for him to deal with the Devil King. Therefore, as long as he comprehended the power of the Azure Blood Spear, he would be able to pass. The Azure Dragon Palace is the work of my blood, sweat, and tears. It contains the numinous treasures, origin formations, and various armor skills and secret techniques that I have collected and refined over the years. The entire Azure Dragon Hall is my proud work. It has already reached the level of Saint Rank Spirit Treasure. At this point, the Taoist Song Long's voice was filled with pride. It was obvious that the Azure Dragon Hall was his proud work. Saint Rank Spirit Treasure? It's actually so high level. Hearing this, Zhuowen was shocked. The highest level he had come into contact with was the Heaven Rank Spirit Treasure, and after the Heaven Rank were the Emperor Rank and the Emperor Rank. After the Emperor Rank was the Saint Rank. This was a terrifying spirit treasure that only saints could use. Ordinary warriors referred to Emperor Rank Spirit Treasures as Emperor Weapons, Emperor Rank Spirit Treasures as Emperor Weapons, and Saint Rank Spirit Treasures as Saint Weapons. The Peach Blossom origin diagram used by Emperor Qing was an Emperor Weapon. Zhuowen did not expect that the Azure Dragon Hall was actually a spirit treasure that was even more terrifying than the Peach Blossom origin diagram. It was actually a Saint Rank Spirit Treasure, but when he thought about how the master of the Azure Dragon Hall, Taoist Song Long, was a powerful saint, Zhuowen felt relieved. Through this layer of heaven and earth, you have the qualifications to obtain an Emperor Rank Spirit Treasure and a special secret technique. Taoist Song Long's voice sounded again. Then, countless starlight descended from the dome, forming a screen of light. On the screen of light, there were rows of dazzling words. Only when he focused his eyes did Zhuowen discover that the contents of these glowing words were actually the names of various kinds of soul treasures. There were even classifications within them, ranging from heaven-rank soul treasures to saint-rank soul treasures. Furthermore, the higher the classification, the fewer soul treasures there were. Among them, there was only one saint-rank spirit treasure, and that was the Azure Dragon Hall. There were 5 Emperor-rank spirit treasures. These 5 were the Gourd of Heaven and Earth, the 8 Spears of Heaven, the Taiji Mysterious Gate, the Taisher Origin Sword, and the Thorny Divine Armor. Inside the Emperor-rank spirit treasure, Zhuowen's gaze was fixed on the 8 Spears of Heaven. There were a total of 8 Spears of Heaven, and they possessed the power of the heavens. If he used the 8 Spears of Heaven, it was enough to crush and destroy the heavens. Its power was extremely terrifying. Zhuowen himself was a spear user, and when he used the nirvana of the Great Sun, he could transform into 4 heads and 8 arms. The 8 Spears of Heaven was too suitable for him. Unfortunately, the 8 spears of heaven were emperor-rank spirit treasures, and Zhuowen could only choose one emperor-rank spirit treasure after passing through the first layer of heaven and earth. Taoist Songlong, if I pass through the second layer of heaven and earth, can I choose an emperor-rank spirit treasure? Zhuowen suddenly raised his head and asked. After a long while, Taoist Songlong's voice came from the hall. If you pass through the second layer of heaven and earth, you can choose an emperor-rank spirit treasure. If you pass through the third layer of heaven and earth, you can control the entire Azure Dragon Hall and become the master of the Azure Dragon Hall. However, the 3 layers of heaven and earth. Each layer is more difficult than the last. The difficulty of the second layer of heaven and earth is 100 times that of the first layer of heaven and earth, while the difficulty of the third layer of heaven and earth is 10,000 times that of the first layer of heaven and earth. Want to pass through the second layer of heaven and earth? Only by having the strength of peak Empyrean realm will there be a trace of success. So act according to your ability. Hearing that, Zhuowen's pupils constricted slightly. The difficulty of the second layer of heaven and earth was actually 100 times that of the first layer of heaven and earth, and it at least required the strength of peak Empyrean realm to have a trace of success. The second layer of heaven and earth was actually so difficult. Then the third layer of heaven and earth was even more out of reach for Zhuowen. Then my current strength is insufficient. Wouldn't entering the second layer of heaven and earth be courting death? Zhuowen asked again. Although in the first layer of heaven and earth this time, Zhuowen's harvest was quite bountiful, and his cultivation also advanced from the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm to the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. His strength was only around the golden venerable realm, still too far away from the Empyrean realm. Listening to Taoist Songlong's suggestion, wanting to pass through the second layer of heaven and earth, one's strength had to be at least peak Empyrean realm to have a trace of a chance. Thinking up to here, Zhuowen felt somewhat of a headache. Whoosh! A ray of light landed in Zhuowen's palm, and a white jade token appeared. On the surface of the jade token, the word Song was written. This is the Songlong token. With the Songlong token, you have 3 chances to enter and exit the Songlong Hall. If you don't pass through the third layer of heaven and earth in these 3 chances, then you have no fate with the Songlong Hall. Taoist Songlong said indifferently. Holding the Songlong token in his palm, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed, and he was quite surprised in his heart. It seemed that this Taoist Songlong was not someone who did not leave any leeway. He actually had this kind of token to enter and exit the Songlong Hall. This also meant that he, Zhuowen, could directly teleport out with this Songlong token. As for the second layer of heaven and earth, he could wait until his strength was stronger before entering. This Taoist Songlong's rule is quite humane. Zhuowen nodded and muttered to himself in satisfaction. Tester, choose your spirit treasure and secret method. As for staying or leaving, it's all up to you. Taoist Songlong's voice once again sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Nodding his head, Zhuowen's gaze went past the Emperor Stage Spirit Treasure category and landed on the Emperor Stage Spirit Treasure category. He knew that it was impossible for him to exchange for the 8 Spears of Sky Burial now. There were quite a number of Emperor Stage Spirit Treasure categories. There were actually close to 100 of them. It was a dazzling lineup that dazzled Zhuowen's eyes. Kid, you have too few life-saving spirit treasures. This Dragon Lord advises you to choose a defensive spirit treasure. Although your physical body is indeed very strong, if you encounter a peak Empyrean or an Emperor Stage expert, you'll be killed in an instant. Xiaohei's voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, her voice was filled with seriousness. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Ever since Emperor Qing almost stripped his dragon soul, Zhuowen was full of fear and vigilance towards Emperor Qing. At the same time, he also realized that his defense was indeed too weak. Perhaps it was because the Nirvana Vairocana was too powerful before, so Zhuowen did not pay much attention to his own defense. After the sneak attack by Su Lingtian last time, Zhuowen completely realized that he was indeed too careless about his own defense. You're right. This time, I must find a defensive spirit treasure. Nodding his head, Zhuowen looked at the list and began to search for defensive spirit treasures. Soon, he locked onto 3 defensive spirit treasures that were extremely suitable for him. These 3 spirit treasures were all top-grade monarch rank spirit treasures, and one of them was called the Evil King armor. Supposedly, this armor was made from the blood essence of a great devil that had committed heinous crimes during the ancient times, and it was filled with extremely terrifying resentment. Wearing this Evil King armor, once someone attacked you, they would be attacked by the endless resentment contained in the Evil King armor. If you're caught off guard, it would be enough to cause the attacker to be corroded by the resentment and fall into a daze for a short period of time. Moreover, its defensive power was extremely terrifying. The second was the 8 Dragons picture. It was a huge calligraphy painting. It was refined with the soul and blood essence of 8 dragons. It could summon 8 dragons to protect oneself. Its defense was extremely strong. The third was the Divine Sun Furnace. It was a furnace with sun runes engraved on its surface. It was said that it could absorb the power of the sun and form a powerful defense. Moreover, it was said that the Divine Sun Furnace also had the effect of tempering the body. It could greatly increase the strength of the owner's body. Looking at these 3 spirit treasures, Zhuowen hesitated. It could be said that these 3 defensive spirit treasures were very strong. Whether it was the resentment special effect of the Evil King armor, the powerful defense of the 8 Dragons picture, or the tempering effect of the Divine Sun Furnace, he was more interested in them. Chapter 8:28. Go out. I choose the Divine Sun Cauldron. Zhuowen shouted at the Azure Dragon Hall. Whiz! As soon as the shout fell, a blazing sun slowly rose from the top of the hall. The blazing light almost caused Zhuowen to narrow his eyes. Within the blazing sun, there was a 3-meter-wide furnace floating. The surface of the furnace was engraved with sun runes. When the blazing sun reached its peak, it fell like the setting sun. In the end, it quietly landed in front of Zhuowen, revealing the appearance of a furnace. It was the Divine Sun Cauldron. Stretching out his right hand, Zhuowen stroked the surface of the Divine Sun Cauldron and immediately felt a blazing heat. It was as if what appeared in front of him was not a furnace, but a real sun. Boom! The sun runes on the surface of the Divine Sun Cauldron suddenly lit up. Dazzling sun flames surged out and surrounded Zhuowen in the middle. The blazing temperature almost caused the surrounding space to collapse and become unstable. Being in the middle of the sun's fire, Zhuowen did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. Instead, his entire body felt warm. Furthermore, he discovered that the sun's fire had actually entered his body and was constantly tempering his body. The Divine Sun Cauldron indeed has the effect of tempering the body. It's really magical. Feeling his body being constantly tempered, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. With a wave of his right hand, countless sun flames were immediately sucked into the Divine Sun Cauldron. Then, Zhuowen kept it in his spirit ring. I've already chosen the spirit treasure, so now it's time to choose the secret technique. After putting away the Divine Sun Cauldron, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the light screen. It belonged to the category of secret techniques. The number of secret techniques that Taoist Songlong had collected over the years was extremely large, actually reaching several thousand types. At a glance, it was actually densely packed with the names of secret techniques. Among them, there were attack type, defense type, special type, and so on, which really broadened Zhuowen's horizons. Looking at the dense array of secret techniques on the light screen, Zhuowen revealed a hesitant expression. To be honest, his attack power was already extremely strong, and with the Divine Sun Cauldron, his defense wasn't bad either. There was no need for these 2 types of secret techniques. Then I'll choose the special type secret technique. Zhuowen murmured softly as he looked at the list of special secret techniques. After a period of filtering, he quickly fixed his eyes on one of the secret techniques. 100 Transformation Technique. This secret technique was called the 100 Transformations Technique. This secret technique had nothing to do with fighting, but it had an extremely powerful effect, and that was the ability to transform. Moreover, there were thousands of transformations. Martial artists who cultivated the 100 transformation divine technique could change their appearance, aura, and cultivation at will. Moreover, this secret technique was so superb that even experts with higher cultivation would find it difficult to see through their essence. This is good. It can even conceal one's aura and cultivation level. Looking at the 100 transformation divine technique in front of him, Zhuowen's eyes flashed. After choosing the secret technique, he was prepared to leave the Azure Dragon Palace, and he had many enemies in the imperial capital, not to mention the mysterious and powerful Emperor Qing. Just the Feng, Chao, and Glan families wanted nothing more than to kill Zhuowen. In addition, the Azure Dragon Branch Palace was also eyeing Zhuowen covetously. If he, Zhuowen, were to openly appear in the imperial capital like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, if he, Zhuowen, cultivated the secret technique of the 100 transformation divine technique and changed his appearance, aura, and cultivation, then even if he appeared in the imperial capital, no one would be able to recognize him. At that time, Zhuowen would be much safer. I'll choose this 100 transformation divine technique. After choosing the secret technique, the Azure Dragon Taoist handed the secret technique Jade Slip to Zhuowen on time. Kid, cultivate the 100 transformation divine technique before leaving the Azure Dragon Palace, Xiaohe suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Then his consciousness entered the Jade Slip, and he silently studied the 100 transformation divine technique. 3 days later, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Then, a ray of black light flashed across Zhuowen's face, and his face instantly changed. He no longer had the appearance of a youth, but that of a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man's face was sallow, and his eyes were lifeless. He looked like a sickly person, as if he would be blown away by the wind. Moreover, Zhuowen's aura had become completely different, and his cultivation had been concealed to around the ultimate emperor realm. This 100 transformation divine technique is really amazing. It can actually change my appearance, aura, and cultivation at the same time. Moreover, my appearance can continuously change according to my will. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth were full of smiles. This 100 transformation divine technique was like a timely rain to him, and it was extremely important. It's time to go out. I wonder where this Azure Dragon token will teleport me to. It won't teleport me to the true dragon's corpse at the bottom of the magma pool, right? At this point, Zhuowen's expression turned somewhat ugly. He knew that the soaring serpent was still near the true dragon's corpse, waiting there. If he went out, wouldn't he be sending himself to his death? Although his strength had greatly improved, he still wasn't very confident that he could face the soaring serpent. That was a terrifying giant beast from ancient times. Just its terrifying physical body alone was already comparable to an existence like Emperor Qing. The Azure Dragon token contains the miniature universe formation. It can teleport you to any place within a range of 10,000 miles. As long as you want it, it can teleport you to any place you want. The Azure Dragon Taoist's voice rang out again. Hearing this, Zhuowen was relieved. According to the Azure Dragon Taoist's words, he should be able to directly rely on the Azure Dragon token to teleport to the imperial capital outside the Dragon Veins. As he spoke, Zhuowen no longer hesitated. He channeled his origin energy into the Azure Dragon token and immediately activated the miniature universe formation within the token. A pillar of light enveloped Zhuowen, and then Zhuowen disappeared from the hall. In a desolate area outside the imperial capital, a pillar of light suddenly appeared, and then a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion appeared in this desolate area. This person was Zhuowen after changing his appearance. Looking around, Zhuowen's gaze stared at the huge imperial capital in front of him and said to himself, "I'm finally out. Xiaohe, how long have we been in the Dragon Veins?" "About a month," Xiaohe said unhurriedly. "It's already been a month. I wonder how Big Brother Han Tian and the geniuses of Muqing County are doing. I need to enter the imperial capital to find out more." As he spoke, Zhuowen took a step forward, and his entire body was like the wind as he quickly rushed towards the imperial capital in front of him. Not long after, Zhuowen entered the imperial capital. Looking at the huge streets of the imperial capital and the countless martial artists that came and went, Zhuowen's gaze revealed a trace of emotion. Although he had only stayed in the dragon veins for a month, the flow of time in this layer of heaven and earth was so abnormal. In reality, he had already stayed for a full 3 years, and it felt as if a very, very long time had passed. Let's go to the Drunken Spring Pavilion first. As he spoke, Zhuowen followed the route in his mind and rushed towards the Drunken Spring Pavilion. After all, within the imperial capital, he was most familiar with the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Moreover, the Drunken Spring Pavilion's lady should be extremely well informed, so finding the Drunken Spring Pavilion should be the best choice. The Drunken Spring Pavilion was still bustling with people. Many high-ranking officials and powerful martial artists all entered the Drunken Spring Pavilion to listen to music and drink wine, and to pretend to be cultured. "Yo, sir, please come in, please come in. I wonder if sir has come to the Drunken Spring Pavilion to enjoy the dance, drink wine, or stay." Arriving at the entrance of the Drunken Spring Pavilion, a woman who still retained her charm enthusiastically said to Zhuowen. Looking at this beautiful woman, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. This woman was not Lady Su, but a woman he did not know. Logically speaking, it was usually Lady Su who hosted this kind of reception ceremony at the entrance. Why was it different today? "I'm here to look for Lady Su," Zhuowen said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, the smile on the beautiful woman's face suddenly stiffened. Her beautiful eyes flickered, but she still smiled and said, "Sir, I'm afraid you've remembered wrongly. Our Drunken Spring Pavilion doesn't have a person called Lady Su." No Lady Su. A few months ago, I was still received by Lady Su. How come there's no such person now?" Zhuowen suddenly snorted coldly. The beautiful woman's face froze, and her smile faded a lot. She said somewhat coldly, "Sir, it seems like you're here to cause trouble. I've already said that our Drunken Spring Pavilion doesn't have a person called Lady Su. If you're here to cause trouble, please leave. Our Drunken Spring Pavilion is not something you can afford to offend." "Oh, you're saying that I can't afford to offend your Drunken Spring Pavilion? Today, I'd like to see just how I can afford to offend you." Zhuowen sneered. He had to find Lady Su. Moreover, from the beautiful woman's words, Zhuowen could feel the latter's cold attitude towards Lady Su, as well as the changes in her expression. He was sure that the beautiful woman definitely knew about Lady Su, and might even know her whereabouts. However, what puzzled Zhuowen was that he had only been missing for a little over a month, and the Drunken Spring Pavilion had changed so much. Even Lady Su had disappeared without a trace. He did not know what had happened in this 1 month. "It seems like you're here to cause trouble. Don't blame me for being impolite." The beautiful woman's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent, and a terrifying aura surged out. She was actually an ultimate 7-wheel emperor. The confrontation between Zhuowen and the beautiful woman instantly attracted the attention of many people in the Drunken Spring Pavilion. A group of armored guards surged out of the pavilion and surrounded Zhuowen. "Sir, I'll give you one more chance. Leave the Drunken Spring Pavilion immediately, or you'll suffer later," the beautiful woman said as she stared coldly at Zhuowen. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "I only want to know Lady Su's whereabouts. Since you won't tell me, I'll force you to tell me." As he spoke, Zhuowen stomped his foot, and his entire body transformed into an illusory shadow. In the blink of an eye, all the surrounding guards let out shrill cries as they were smashed to the ground by Zhuowen. The beautiful woman didn't even have time to react before a hand grabbed her neck and lifted her off the ground like a little chick. "You? Who are you?" The beautiful woman was both shocked and furious as she stared at the middle-aged man before her. "Speak. I only want to know Lady Su's whereabouts," Zhuowen said coldly. "I know where Lady Su is. Put her down first." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.